on this day?
In 1969, Adrian Young, the drummer for No Doubt, was born.
Oh,
An avid golfer,
an
it
avid
says.
golfer.
He's a much sought-after participant on the celebrity golfing tournament circuit. Like he's secret, like, you know, who's Adrian Young? I don't know who that was. You should really get him on your celebrity golf team because he's really good.
I tried to get him on. I tried to get him on my celebrity golf team once, even.
Really?
Figures.
Yeah. Well, I heard he was good.
Who else did you have on your celebrity golf team?
I couldn't get anybody, so we disbanded. I couldn't.
If we can't get Adrian Young, then never mind.
Well, I tried other people as well. I tried to get Shelley Duvall. Couldn't do it.
As the golf club? Is that what?
No. Gina, please.
Why
Adrian,
did you pick Shelley
please.
Duvall?
Body shaming. I picked Shelley Duvall because I happen to like Shelley Duvall.
Adrian Young or GTFO, that's what I say.
Don't do
GT.
it, but don't figure it
Come on.
out. No,
Get-
don't.
get-
You can't say it on the radio. But
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I still don't get it. Hey, hi.
Hi,
I'm getting ready for. I'm getting excited about the election coming up.
you are.
I am getting
Why?
very excited. Very excited to finally have this all come to a head. Get the votes going now. There's all this talk about. First of all, the thing you've got to remember to do is if you changed your voting affiliation to Republican from Democrat for the state election, change it back. Do it now.
Why?
What do you mean, why? No, stay Republican. That's good. Just stay Republican.
I was thinking about staying
I
and just
can-
messing with them.
Yeah, I
you
can
know?
vote for whoever I want in the general election. It doesn't matter.
It
Why did-
looks better for the Democrats. If you know.
Okay.
So change your affiliation back to Democrat. Okay. Make
Okay.
sure you do that.
All right.
And then there's a lot of talk about how ballots get they get canceled or they get discounted. They're ineligible, and a lot of it has to do with signatures. So they think that the signature on your ballot, your mail-in ballot, is what we're talking about specifically. Yes. The electors go over it and they say these signatures just don't seem to match, and they disqualify your ballot. So start practicing your signatures now. So for however many people you are voting for, practice each one of those signatures and get going on that now.
All right. Okay.
So you've got to be really good at all of your signatures. So you've got 70 some odd days to practice them, and then just remember, vote early as you can and as often as you can. Okay.
Bill Allred said to vote early.
Practice the signatures. Make sure that they all match. Don't fool around with that. Okay.
I did have a worry though that my signature, I couldn't remember exactly how I had signed it when I registered to vote. Because
I
that
signed
was
mine Shelley Duvall, so I'm in big trouble.
that was before I was married, so I have to think, wait a minute, is it my maiden name, my married name, is it both? I can't, how did I do it?
I guarantee if you look at an array of your signatures, particularly with electronic signatures involved in a lot of things, look at an array of your signatures. They could all be done by different people. So I don't know how they figured that out.
I don't know, and I think about my signature and how it has evolved over the years, and I'm concerned that my signature that they have on record is different now from what I usually do.
And it very well could be.
I think we should start doing it like the countries where they take your fingerprint.
No, you just
You
stick
know?
your finger in blue
Yeah.
ink, purple, indelible purple ink, and
Yeah.
it doesn't come off for days and days.
So we should start doing that.
We need to do something because the vote is coming sooner than you expect, and I'm excited. I won't sleep that night. I wonder what day is the
Third.
election.
Hang on, I'll look.
Is
the
it
third.
November 3rd?
It's
Day
the
of the
third.
week. November
what
3rd
day
is
of
a
the week?
Tuesday.
It's always Tuesday.
Yeah,
It's always a Tuesday?
always.
Yeah.
Well, it is this time.
It's
For
always a Tuesday. First Tuesday of
But
November. It's always.
But
the
it's
first
not
Tuesday.
always the 3rd,
No, it's always the first Tuesday of November.
which is not always the 3rd.
No.
But this year it's
Moves
the 3rd.
around.
Yeah, but this year it's
It's
the
like
3rd.
Thanksgiving, Bill. It's not always
No,
the same
no, it's
date.
not. I don't
It's
have
always the
turkey
same
on
day.
election day. I don't have. What are you talking about? It's like Thanksgiving. I have turkey and stuffing on Thanksgiving. I don't have it on election day.
Listen, the National Turkey Board encourages you to remember that turkey is for every day, not just Thanksgiving.
Well, maybe I'll start.
The incredible edible turkey, I think, is their new slogan.
Is that what it is?
Turkey. It's what's for dinner.
It's what's
Isn't
for
that
dinner.
it?
There's the other one too.
No, it's turkey. Well, we might as well.
Is that all? Yeah, I guess.
Turkey. Well, we might as well.
I was watching a because I watch these cooking shows. There was one about different places to get ribs across the nation, and there was this woman who said there's a place that does turkey ribs. I'm like, what? Turkey ribs?
That doesn't sound good.
And she goes, okay, they're not ribs. It's the shoulder blade. But they do it like a rib, and it's delicious.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, okay, that's kind of
Turkey shoulders.
But it
You
sounds
want to eat
good.
something called turkey shoulders?
Well, yeah, you call it ribs, I guess. I don't know. It sounded good.
I mean, think about it, though, Gina. Is that any better than eating ribs? I mean, really?
I guess not.
How about a nice plate of cod cheeks? Hmm? Those are delicious.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, jeez. You
How
know,
about, how about beef cheek, Gina? It's beef.
yeah.
Beef cheek.
Cheeks. It's what's for dinner. Are those the now? What cheeks in what reference?
It's these cheeks
Okay,
on your face.
because
They're
Because
tender,
they're-
right, Carrie?
because there are butt cheeks.
Fish don't have butt cheeks.
No, but beef do. The beef do.
You go
Hey,
over
I
to
felt-
go over to Takashi, and it's not on the menu, but ask them for the cheeks,
The
and they'll bring it out. It's delicious.
beef cheeks or
No, fish.
fish
Yeah.
cheeks.
Yeah, I can't remember the kind of fish it is, but it's just delicious, though. It's not on the menu, but you have to ask for it.
Might be cod. I knew a woman from Newfoundland, and she said we grew.
I knew a woman from Newfoundland.
I
Sounds
did.
like the start to a limerick.
There was a once woman from Newfoundland who proved that she could do something that you couldn't do. Newfoundland. They have a lot of codfish there, and they eat every part of it. And she said one of the things I loved as a kid was cod tongue. I said, what? Really? Yeah. She said, yeah. They fry up the cod's tongues, and they're delicious.
It may be. It's not cod. I want to say it's yellowfin tuna.
So, okay, say that then, if you want to.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Anyway, just ask them for the cheek.
I will.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we know.
So, I guess we ought to officially begin the show. Yesterday, we wanted you to call and check in with us, and nobody wanted to do that.
Well, they
So-
texted and they were in the chat room checking in, but no phone calls.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I mean, I guess it's early, but maybe you could just do us a solid and call. Just call the show for just a brief moment this morning, and just say hi. I'm here. I'm ready to go, and I'd like a good show. You know what I'd like to? I was thinking about new listeners for some reason the other day. We must have new listeners all the time that pop in and go, I wonder what this show is all about. Who are these people? Check in with us.
Who are these
877
people?
Yeah, 877-602-9696, and we'll tell you who we are. You can ask us any question you want. You can just say good morning, say, hi, I'm a new listener. I'm glad I found you. 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd like to hear from you this morning. We'll take a commercial break, and then we'll come back. And if you're on the phone, we'll chat with you. It's as simple as that. Mm-hmm. Not a lot of shows do that, you know.
Not anymore.
No, we're crazy.
Oh, it may be sablefish cheek.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah,
Do they have
might
Mill
be.
Creek coffee at Takashi, I wonder?
I've never had the coffee. I don't know.
So
I have it at my house.
I have it right here, Mill Creek coffee, in
was
my
just
Mill Creek coffee mug.
Just preparing to have mine.
Should we all have a sip of?
I got my
Delicious.
thermos. This is my
There we
thermos.
go.
My thermos full of coffee.
When you're fasting, Carrie,
Yeah.
do you still put a little milk and sugar in your coffee?
Not sugar. No, I have this other stuff. I can't remember the name of it, but it's approved for the fasting thing because it does not
Gotcha.
trigger your system.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Gotcha.
glycemic index is low.
That yes, and I'm allowed half and half as well. So
Okay.
yeah.
Just wondered. All right. Anyway, 877-602-9696. Check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'd love to hear from you.
All right. We'll take a break. We will be back. But first, a message from the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Suicide prevention starts with all of us and everyday heroes. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's Utah chapter is inviting you to get involved with the Out of the Darkness experience. Suicide has affected far too many of us. It's touched my family, and it has touched many families and the people we love. People can safely connect and support each other and share stories and raise funds and awareness that'll help save lives and bring hope. Together, we can create a culture that's smart about mental health. Learn more and register today at afsp.org/SLC. That's afsp.org/SLC, and go to the website of the Radio from Hell or the X96 website as well, x96.com. You'll find all kinds of information there. It's the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leads to that. Well, it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah. And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it, chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab. Yeah.
It's like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who finds themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
My dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
Jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
misogynistic. Misogynists. Gina should be something
You want me to try?
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you.
Very,
Drunk friend of the program.
very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in
Anyone
Moab.
anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who
effort.
doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab.
Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah.
It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You,
the
you
elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember, I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third
Third
wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
It is 6:23. Let's get this over with.
All right, we'll officially begin the program, and I think we do have people calling to check in with the show today, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Please hang on the phone. I don't know if there are any lines open, but if there are, try 877-602-9696. Gina.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
I'd like to say woo-hoo. Lucky's Auto Credit, 77 cents and a job get you a car. That's awesome. They'll front the tax, title, license, 77 cents total to drive away today. Apply online at luckysautocredit.com. Woo-hoo.
And I'm so glad you said that. You said that very well. The moon is 58.7% of full. It will rise today at 3:40 p.m. Today being Wednesday. It's the 26th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the Radio from Hell show, broadcasting now day 149 from quarantine, from our homes. Radio from Hell, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, Gina Barberi, Katie for short, Katie Jones there in the producer's room in the control center running the show, and in the producer's booth I assume we have Skip and Miriam helping out as well. It is National Women's Equality Day, and it's also, and I just don't think you should have to share, it's National Dog Day. Now, should women have to share Equality Day with Dog Day? I don't.
Women love dogs. It's okay.
I know they do.
We're good with that.
I know
Women,
they do.
Bill, may I speak for women?
No.
We're good. No?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think you can tell me. We love dogs. Women and dogs, that's a thing. They go
that's
together.
Not the point. That's not the point. You shouldn't. I'm sure you love dogs, but to share, people can say, I don't really want to celebrate equity. I'm going to go with the dogs here. You shouldn't have to make that.
It should
choice.
be its own thing.
Yes.
Well, every day there's more than one on this day thing, right? Do you
No.
ever come across a day when there's
Yeah.
only one
Oh, yeah.
thing?
Oh yeah, yeah, sure. Fairly often. Mm-hmm.
Well, as a woman and dog lover, I am fine with sharing the day with dogs.
Okay, I'm lobbying for breakfast cereal day to be its own thing and not share with
Okay.
any.
All right.
Let's go to the phones. Let's start with Catherine.
Catherine, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up with you today?
Well, I called yesterday because I
Yes.
felt bad because you guys had no callers. And they told me, we've run out of time. You were wrong in that, Bill, because I did try to call and check in with you guys yesterday.
I'm often wrong.
Well, that's not true.
I
You
was
say it all
just-
the time. You're very right.
I was just unaware that I didn't think anyone had called. But thanks for putting that to the rights. What are you going to do today?
Yeah. I am headed to work. I work for a high school, so I'm headed into work.
How are things going with that?
Oh, they're good. Everybody's trying their best, and the kids are excited to be back. The teachers are excited to see the kids. It's just everybody's new policies, new rules, and everybody's trying their best. So it's good. It is good.
Are there disgruntled people, or is everybody really trying to get on board with the program?
Honestly, so far, everyone really is trying to get on board. There's, kids aren't loving, some kids aren't, some kids don't care, some kids just want to be back. So, most for the teacher part, everybody's happy and just trying to make it as normal as possible. We've got a good set of teachers. I think all the educators in Utah are trying really hard. So
Yeah, they are.
Excellent. All right.
All
Well,
right.
nice
Thank you
to
for
hear
what
from
you
you,
do.
Catherine. Thanks for checking in.
yeah. Thank you guys. Have a great day.
See ya.
All right,
too,
Catherine,
bye-bye.
thank you. Let's go to Jennifer.
Good morning, Jennifer.
Hi,
Good
Jennifer.
morning.
What's
morning.
up with you today?
Good morning. I'm fabulous, thank you. How are you guys?
Fine.
Good.
Fine.
Good. Thanks for letting me listen.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you.
I also tried to call yesterday, but I was driving and my phone wanted a password instead of just my face. And so I decided it was safer not to do the password.
Probably a good
Probably.
idea.
Probably.
Yeah, my phone, I had face recognition on it, but now that I wear a mask a lot, it doesn't recognize me. And I find it very frustrating, particularly, like if you go to the grocery store and you need to look at your phone constantly to find the grocery items you want. And so then you have to enter the PIN instead of just looking at your phone and having it unlock. And so I've decided, I took the facial recognition off. And I have one of those things, probably most phones have it now. You can just do a pattern, like there's a little grid of dots, and you can use that for security. And I've made it like 2 straight lines so that I can just go whoop, whoop, and the phone
Bill,
will
now
open
everyone's
quickly.
going to know how to get into your phone.
I know.
Mine's a fingerprint on the back of the phone. There's
That'd
a
be
little
nice.
dot.
Oh, yeah, I used to have one of those.
Yeah.
I had one of. I don't think my new phone has that. No.
Where are you on your way to
Yeah.
today?
I'm on my way to work. I'm
Which
a
is
sign
what?
language interpreter.
A what?
Oh, cool.
A sign language interpreter.
Oh, yeah. That's
Where do
good-
you do
good
that?
work.
I do it for the IRS.
At places where
Deaf
people
people
can't
have
hear.
to pay taxes too?
Yeah, they should be exempt, shouldn't they?
Do.
They should be
They
exempt.
do. I'm in Ogden, and we have 17 deaf and hard of hearing employees who use sign language.
Really?
Yeah, there's a lot of deaf
Yep.
people in Ogden. I grew up there. There's a lot
Well, the
of
dog
deaf people.
food plant's really loud, and
All right.
All right. Well, thanks for calling us, Jennifer.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. You guys have a
Let's-
great day.
You
You
too.
too.
Let's,
Bye-bye.
let's go to Jill quickly.
Morning, Jill.
Morning.
What's up today?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Jill.
I just got to work. I work at the prison, so I'm just sitting outside the gates.
What do you do at the prison?
I had to come. I am a dental assistant over in maximum security.
Wow.
That must be fascinating work.
I find it dull now that I've been here 3 years, but when I first started, it was great.
Now you've just kind of
because
gotten
teeth
used to
are
it.
teeth. It doesn't matter whose head they're in.
Well, and some people don't have teeth here. Most
Oh.
of them don't have teeth.
Really?
I'm telling you, killer's teeth, Gina, they're way different from a normal
Are they?
person's teeth. Yeah.
They're all sharp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Forensics would prove
Yes.
it. Yeah.
I've seen shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
How,
I
just
know.
generally though, how are you COVID wise being in people's faces all day? Does that bother you?
They have actually taken really good care of us here.
Oh.
We double mask. They make us wear an N95 mask and then a surgical mask on top
Wow.
with eyeglasses and then a face shield. And then we wear a gown as well. So it looks like we're going into like serious surgery, but they have been good to make sure every precautions. I actually was really worried that like calling in and checking in because I have to get my temperature checked. I have to answer all of the questions at the gate. So I was able to get past that before
Interesting.
getting on the phone with you guys. So
Well,
they
Jill,
have been.
yeah? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say the prison has taken very high precautions to make sure all of the
That's-
inmates and the employees are really safe here.
That's
Yeah,
good.
and we haven't heard much about any kind of a particular outbreak, I don't think, in the
No,
prison.
there have been outbreaks at other prisons across the nation, but I haven't heard anything from ours. So.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right.
And they've done we don't have visiting anymore. Everyone has to go through the same checkpoint. Like they really locked it down just to make sure everyone is safe and all the inmates are safe. So if there's family listening, that's like I can't see my inmates. Just know that
Sorry.
they're really working hard to make sure that everyone's safe.
All right.
That's good.
All right,
Thank you,
Jill,
Jill.
thank you. Thanks
Yeah.
so much. Have a lovely
You're
day.
welcome.
All right.
See ya.
Let's get some traffic, Gina, please.
Construction in Davis County still has lane restrictions. I-15 southbound, you can expect delays through most of Layton heading toward Salt Lake City. And friend of the program helping us out already with Free Mattress, northbound Mountain View corridor, just north of Rosecrest in Harem. And thank you for that. They sent that in via text at 33986. If you see something, please send it in and I'll pass it along. Fink and McGregor, mortgages made simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back. Big boy news, things that must go, all in the next break. Stand by for that. X96.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his rank. Maybe more so that he'd set a mission.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side.
What, Elder Jensen?
Send him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Can I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the
Now,
Mormons.
our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up!
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan! Come back, I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
Things that must go coming up in just a moment, but right now, big boy news and Opinioendo brought to you by
662 is still in effect at Strong Volkswagen. 6 months, no car payments, 6 years, no interest, and your rent or mortgage paid for 2 months. Plus, get a 2019 loaded Jetta from $12,900. Get details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Well, former James Bond star Pierce Brosnan, who I believe, did he take? No, he didn't take over for Sean Connery. He took over for Roger
Timothy
Moore.
Dalton.
There was Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton.
That's right. Timothy Dalton did he do a couple?
I think he did one.
Timothy Dalton.
And then anyway, Pierce Brosnan. But anyway, he took to social media yesterday to wish Sir Sean Connery a happy 90th birthday. Taking to Instagram, Brosnan, the Irish actor, it says here, who took over as the fifth James Bond in 1994, said he was 11 years old when he watched Goldfinger at the cinema. He hailed Connery as my Bond inspiration. Happy 90th, Sir Sean Connery. I was 11 years old in 64, just off the plane from Ireland when I saw Goldfinger, and you were my Bond of inspiration. Sean Connery responded, thanking Pierce Brosnan by saying,
The person who is texting this for me says thank you. I think Connery is on my Deadpool.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't appear much. You don't hear him talk much.
90.
I think he's.
You don't appear places when you're 90. You don't make.
My mother-in-law is nearly 90, and we went out on a vacation, a weekend vacation with her this weekend. James.
Pics or it didn't happen.
Well, okay then. If you really want them.
I'm just going with Gina. If you don't appear anywhere, and if that's the case, I need pictures of this event.
CBS's all-access star-studded television adaptation of The Stand.
Yay!
Has finally gotten its premiere date, December 17th. Starring Whoopi Goldberg. Yes, Whoopi.
She's in it.
Is she going to play? Is she going to play the what's the character's name?
Randall Flagg.
Randall
She's going to be Randall Flagg.
She'll be Randall Flagg. Alexander Skarsgård. That's who I would assume would be Randall Flagg.
Yeah, that's Randall Flagg, and then the good-looking
James Marsden.
He'll be the Larry Underwood, I'm guessing.
James Marsden.
I don't know. I'm just. I'm casting in my head.
Amber Heard is in it as well.
Really?
She probably plays Larry's girlfriend. Or she might be Franny Goldsmith.
It says here that The Stand is the horror author Stephen King's apocalyptic vision for a world ruined by a super plague and caught in the middle of the fight between good and evil.
Yeah,
it's very close to what we're going through right now.
That's why I reread it last month.
Super plague, good and evil.
I've got your casting here. All right, James Marsden is Stu Redman.
Oh, okay. Really? Okay.
Yeah. Jovan Adepo is Larry Underwood. Whoopi is Mother Abigail.
Of course.
Yeah.
And Amber Heard is Nadine Cross.
Oh, she's the bad lady.
All right.
That's good. Okay. But see, Nadine's supposed.
I don't think I've ever seen. I don't
you
think I've ever
cast it
seen.
in your head.
I don't think I've ever seen The Stand. I know there was a TV. It's not. It's not been done as a movie. A Stand. It's just been on TV before, right?
A mini series.
Yeah. And I don't think I ever watched it. I don't know why I didn't watch it, because I read the book and I liked the book. But
there was a 1994 TV miniseries.
Yeah, with who was in that? Does it say? Who got it there?
Give me a second and I'll get it for you.
Nadine is supposed to be have dark hair with white streaks in it. Not some blonde.
Hey, Gina. They have wigs, and they also
have dark-haired
dye.
actresses that could have done it.
They have wigs, but think Amber Heard. Think how evil she is in this whole Johnny Depp thing.
She's kind of evil.
Well, let's see now. Nadine in the TV series back then was Laura San Giacomo.
Yeah, dark-haired woman.
Randall Flagg was Jamie Sheraton. Franny Goldsmith was Molly Ringwald, and Stu Redman was Gary Sinise.
Good cast.
Mm-hmm.
On the third night since the police shooting that left Jacob Blake severely injured, demonstrators in Kenosha, Wisconsin, again defied curfew. They were confronted by officers in riot gear who fired tear gas into the crowd. There was an overnight shooting that left 2 people dead and 1 person with non-life-threatening injuries, police said. Kenosha County Sheriff David Beth told the New York Times authorities are investigating whether the shooting resulted from a conflict between demonstrators and a group of essentially armed militiamen. It looks as though it was probably armed militiamen who were taking the law into their own hands. Yep. We're here to protect the private property of citizens, and they started shooting. On Tuesday, Blake's family called for peaceful protests, condemning the destruction that the city of Kenosha has seen over the past nights, including buildings and cars set afire. Following the first 2 nights of unrest, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers declared a state of emergency. The state of Wisconsin, the city of Kenosha, is not handling this well because they have said virtually nothing about the shooting of Mr. Blake, one way or the other. And that leaves people in complete limbo and a complete state of not knowing what's going on, and hence unrest. And they don't seem to be doing much to quell the unrest either. Blake was shot by police Sunday evening after his attorney, Ben Crump, said he tried to break up an argument between 2 women. A video filmed by a man from across the street shows an officer following Blake at close range, pulling on his tank top as Blake tried to enter an SUV. Then 7 shots are heard. In the SUV were Blake's 3 children. He underwent surgery. He was not killed, amazingly. He is apparently paralyzed from the waist down. University of Alabama reports 500 cases of coronavirus since opening.
Wow.
They have unveiled their COVID-19 dashboard, which presents data about the virus on all 3 of their campuses, University of Alabama at Birmingham, and Alabama in Huntsville. The current confirmed cases were reported on the Tuscaloosa campus and came about since classes resumed on August 19th. The Ohio State University has suspended 228 students for violating pandemic rules even before classes have begun. The suspension comes as K through 12 schools, colleges, and universities across the country contend with how to start and safely continue the academic year during a worldwide pandemic. Ohio State in Columbus, Ohio, is one of the largest in the country. 70,000 students go there. Students moved back into campus starting the 12th. At that time, the university sent out a note telling students, you must wear a mask, you must practice social distancing, and that gatherings could not include more than 10 people. Well, of course.
It's college.
Of course, they ignored that.
Yeah.
Many of them ignored that. The vice president of Student Life, Melissa Shivers, warned university student conduct team is in the process of opening dozens of cases that will likely result in suspensions. Here in Utah, the resident advisors at the University of Utah dormitories want more sanitation supplies to be sold when somebody want more sanitation supplies and to be told when someone in their dorm has coronavirus. And if their demands are not met, they said, they're threatening to strike. The strong response from student leaders comes after they finished moving residents back onto campus this past weekend. The advisors say they were required to help students, but they weren't given much in the way of protective equipment to do that, including no face shields when working in the center where all students had to get tested before getting their room keys. Many say there's also been no effort to inform them when the results come back positive. By the end of the day Monday, the school reported 16 cases in the dorms at the University of Utah. Some of the RAs, the resident assistants, noted that they only learned about the early results after reading a Salt Lake Tribune story on Friday about it.
Really?
And they haven't
because
been updated.
they're the first line of
Yeah.
not defense, but you know what I'm trying to say.
They're the first
closest
responding to it. So
yeah.
they haven't been updated on where those individuals are assigned to live. I feel like we have to provide for our own safety, said one resident advisor. Another said, well, we just want the U to do what's reasonable and responsible and help us. We're not asking for a lot. The Alpine School District has reported 19 cases of COVID in the district. School has been open for 2 weeks, and they say there's not much. They say it's not much of a cause for concern. 19 cases throughout 91 different schools. To keep this in perspective, we have 81,000 students, they said. Approximately 70,000 are participating in face-to-face learning options. Of the 19 positive cases, 2 were reported in elementary schools, 17 in secondary schools, so middle school and high school. So, and yeah. And just one final story here before we go to things that must go. Costco they're already selling their nearly 4-pound pumpkin pie for the Thanksgiving season. They're starting early. It weighs nearly 4 pounds. They've done it before. A gigantic pumpkin pie.
Too much.
What?
That's 4 pounds too many.
Too much
of pumpkin pie. I'm not a fan of.
Well, if you like pumpkin pie and you have a big family, a 4-pound pumpkin pie is a thing of beauty. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Brought to you by the Downtown Tuesday Market, open Tuesdays through September 29th, 4 p.m. until dusk at Pioneer Park. Shop for fresh local produce, handmade food products, and more information. Go to slcfarmersmarket.org. Well, the Jazz could have wrapped it up last night, but they didn't because, they like playing basketball, so they want to play another game against the Nuggets. They lost 117-107. They play tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And don't forget, Real Salt Lake playing at home for the first time in 172 days. They're only allowing 5,000 fans to attend, and they've got special safety protocols in place. You can go to the Real Salt Lake website. They have a video showing you all the safety precautions they're taking, and that's also the place you go to get tickets. But because it is limited attendance, there are limited seats, so I would go check that out as soon as possible. If you wanted to go to that game today, weather, hazy and 97, but it feels a little cooler in the air. We're going to have an overnight low of 67, and tomorrow only 94 degrees.
All right. Things that must go, brought to you by.
Brought to you by Drive Better, Drive the Speed Limit, 0 fatalities.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, dear friends of the program, things that you want to go from your life. So you send them to us, Radio from Hell at x96.com. You put must go in the subject line. Hopefully, if we read it, you will find some relief. I'll begin. I got a couple of my own. Number one, when my mask fogs up my glasses. I'm driving, I'm wearing my sunglasses, and I'm wearing a mask in the car, and the mask causes my glasses to fog up.
You got to get the kind that's got the metal nose.
I do.
And
I have one.
Pierce it close, but then put the glasses. Make sure they're on top of the mask, not just sitting there.
It still did it. I don't know why. It still did it. Eye drops. When more than one drop comes out into your eye. I can't. That must go. And then Kleenex. See this box of Kleenex here? I have a little box of tissues. Mm-hmm. And when you can't get it, especially at first, you pull on it and there, now it finally is working. But at first, they're like just big clumps keep coming out.
It's hard to get it started.
I can't stand that. And now I've got a tissue that I don't need here. All right, this one, let's see. This is from Chef Steve. I'm recovering from foot surgery and using a temporary handicap sign in my car. The thing that must go is the fact that there are often no cart returns near the handicap stalls. Oh. Look around next time, and you'll see that I'm right. I guess handicapped people just don't use carts, huh? Number two, I walk my dogs at 6 in the morning before it gets too hot. Well, not with that foot surgery you don't, Steve. Hey, neighbors, if you can Can't angle your sprinklers properly and thus need to water the sidewalk and the street. Could you do it at 1 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. when I'm out walking my dog? And how about a company that can instantly take money from my account when I use a debit card, but if I have to cancel a purchase, they can't get the money back into my account for 10 days? I think they're hoping people will just forget. And finally, if you have a home warranty, read your contract. My husband owns a small HVAC company, and to supplement the business, he does some warranty work. I can't even begin to describe the amount of abuse he gets because he will not replace equipment that is not in failure. Feel better. I feel better now. Oh, this is from Kelly in Centerville. Chef Steve says, I hope you and your families are well. I have a few things that need to go. My children and my wife being home all the time. I'm an essential worker. I get out of the house a few days a week. My wife is working from home and my kids are about to start school at home. They hardly ever leave the house. Online schooling needs to go. Please just make COVID go away, says Chef Steve.
Yeah.
Carrie?
This first one is... my wife wrote it, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I can identify shrimp, even if you take the tail off for me. In fact, I pay you for shrimp. I want you to take the tail off. I don't got time to take off the tail. But in other news, if you give me the entire shrimp, head and tail, well, I guess I'll learn to deal with it.
Okay.
Shrimp trouble. We had shrimp last night, too.
Oh. Let's see. This one from Jessica. QAnon must go. Trump is not going to be your savior. Just knock it off. The heat must go. It's wreaking havoc on my lawn, and we're paying a hefty water bill. Last thing, stop giving me grief for wearing my mask, family. You're welcome for keeping your ass safe. Thanks for letting me listen. This one from Does Not Say. Television series that each episode is 5 minutes long. So a whole season is 45 minutes long. And you have to watch the intro 9 times in less than an hour. What a ripoff. Cancel your Quibi subscription, I guess, there. And finally, this one from Cousin Emily. Good morning, Lords. Things that must go. The people who say that you have become too political. You know what has become too political? Politics.
The world?
The world, yes. Being an informed voter is an essential right of being an American. If I or any registered voter choose to get my information via the New York Times, or say Radio from Hell, and also given the right as an American citizen wish to express that view, I wouldn't wish to take that right away from someone who opposes my opinion any more than someone who unites with it. If you'd rather hear about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's divorce, or, now this is Emily saying this, or Katy Perry's elephantine pregnancy, then I would go elsewhere. Say any TV program to get my news. People who are against political expression essentially oppose American freedoms. Thank you, Radio from Hell, for giving me an always enjoyable listening experience. Take care. And tell Nicole happy birthday. I love her more. Gina?
First, something from me. Things that must go. My inability to say the word prerequisite. Prerequisite. I have copy that comes up often with the word prerequisite in it, and it is difficult for me to say. I don't know why.
Say sword.
How about, you need to do this before you do that. I can say that. Let's see. Friend of the program says, coworkers that are hardly in the office as healthy individuals and post infected COVID-19 individuals in the office.
Individuals.
Coworkers that are hardly in the office as healthy individuals. I guess meaning they're sick they come in sick all the time. Mm-hmm. As post-infected COVID-19 individuals. So they're sick all the time. And now they've had COVID and they're coming back in and they're still coughing and sneezing and claiming they're recovered, but they're not. Flying rocks and COVID. I just spent 3 days calling for a windshield replacement estimate to find the prices doubled post-COVID. One company claimed manufacturers and shipping costs have risen. That's probably true, but you still need to get your windshield replaced. Thanks. I'll make bills a double. Remain seated. Have had said hello to Geek Show. This is, that's my list. Next one is using your married name must go. Ladies, just keep your maiden name. Makes things easier long term. You know when you get divorced and you have to change your paperwork and stuff?
Yeah,
if you just stick with your maiden name, then you don't have to worry about that.
That'd be a good idea.
And then when you live in an apartment building and jump into the shower, just before grabbing the shampoo, somebody turns off the water. No notice, no knock on the door, no nothing. The water is just shut off, like a broken pipe, water all over something. Please just let people know when you're going to turn off the water. I have a shower to take. That's things that must go.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
Traffic, please.
There's a crash on the connector ramp from eastbound I-80 to the 201 freeway in Tooele County. Looks like a vehicle went off the road into the weeds. Several people are standing around, so please use caution and slow down when you're making that transition. And that's the only accident being reported. I don't know if that free mattress out in Harriman has been picked up yet. But if you need one, you could go check it out. And if you see something you want to share with friends of the program, you can text it to us and I'll pass it along. 33986.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back coming up in the next hour. We got Boners Round 1. And get your questions ready for Dr. Cobble. Any questions you may have about COVID, stand by for that. Brooklinen.com is the website, BROOKLINEN.com. And we love their sheets. They are the Internet's favorite sheets. They're our favorite sheets here. But they want you to know that they have expanded beyond the bedroom throughout the rest of your house. Everything from, the stuff for the bedroom to your living room and more especially the bathroom. They're really taking a focus on your bathroom now, and especially with their towels, ultra soft towels. They will turn your bathroom into a miniature spa. I love my Brooklinen towels. They've been helping me find my zen in these weird times. Brooklinen, the perfect place to find all the comforts for home, including ultra soft towels. They are so confident in their product that everything comes with a lifetime warranty. Use the promo code Jackson, my last name, JACKSON, for 10% off your first order at brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code Jackson. Brooklinen, everything you need to live your most comfortable life.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness. Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional.
Thank you. Drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now Like Sheena, I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took
It's by someone
effort.
who doesn't know what email is. They're so old, they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed Old Timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
Prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
You
the elderly.
go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh.
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the Old Timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider Bicycle Shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynistas.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
right.
Yeah, how do we know
Moab.
that? That didn't come from Moab.
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
That's
Remember, I was pregnant and I didn't
You
know.
were.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
He do I recall? You bought that. You got a new bike. You
Yeah.
bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too
I
big?
didn't. He bought it for me without me,
Yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just another,
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still
His
waiting.
third wife, yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife.
wife.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, his third wife.
Yes.
What time? Time check. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's 7:08.
Yeah, 7:08. We need to do that. And
Kind of lets people know that we're live broadcasting from our homes.
Gina wanted to talk about broadcasting from home here, but I do have a list: 35 ways to eat eggs for dinner. 35 ways to eat eggs for dinner. I've just got that in the ready. I've got that ready to go in case we need it. Okay.
Well, that's a good thing about eggs is they're there when you need them. You just are hanging out there in the fridge waiting
The
for
incredible edible egg.
It's and I misread that. It's 35 delicious ways. It says to eat eggs for dinner. So it's
Well,
right
keep
there
that
if we
handy.
need it. All right. Got it.
Today is the first day of at-home learning. Now, my kids have been to school.
Yesterday it was first day of at-home learning, and you heard it in the background at the end of the Radio from Hell show.
It was when we were off the air.
Yeah,
we were
we
recording.
we had just gone off, and it was fraught with the emotion.
Did she get it figured out?
Finally, but my sweet daughter, I shouldn't tell you this, but she was having a panic attack because she couldn't get the. They don't use. They use something like Zoom or Skype, but it's not that. It's some
Google Classroom or
something like that. And
Canvas,
they
one of those.
couldn't get it to work, and it's for she's taking 2 college classes, so she was having a panic attack, and it was very, very, very sad.
It's a stressful time.
Yes, it is.
We're all trying to figure it. It's new for all of us. New for teachers, new for parents, new for kids. So my kids went back to school, like in-person school, the way both of their schools are doing it, because I've got a high schooler and a 7th grader. They're in-person Monday and Tuesday, and then they're home Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which is a great compromise, I think. They're dividing up the kids. And
I don't know what grade my daughter's in.
What do you mean you don't know what grade your daughter's in?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's 7th or 8th.
She's this tall?
She's 16. What grade would she be in?
No, she's probably 9th or 10th.
8th or 9th. Something
It'd be
like that.
10th.
Yeah.
10th? Oh, really?
She's that far already?
So fast.
And she's taken a couple of college classes. That's all I know.
Yeah.
So today will be the first day that Mohammed will be in the room right next to me. We share a wall because that's where my husband's office is, and he has a desk in there. And I got him some kid-sized headphones, and kind of like the sports people have with the microphone that comes out in front.
Mm-hmm. Is it with one of those little plastic consoles that he can make beeping noises?
So because he has to, it's school. Like there's a camera in the classroom, and it's not. These aren't recorded lectures or anything.
Yeah.
It's school. He has to be there at 8:00 in uniform, ready to go, and then it's like he's just participating virtually in the classroom, which means the teacher will be talking the whole time, and he'll have to respond. And so I don't know how it's going to go. So
what time does this start?
8:00. But I have a contingency plan. So yesterday I had Zero Res come out to the house to clean the carpets, which is the first time I've let like worker dude kind of people in my house in a long time. And I will tell you, you should do it. We've all been spending so much time in our houses. You're hard on your house when you're there all the time. And having the carpets clean, this isn't an ad for Zero Res, but it may as well be. Having the carpets clean made a huge difference in how clean and fresh my house felt. And they did a great job, all no contact. You pay on your phone. They don't hand you anything. They don't hand you a pen or anything. Anyway, I had them here cleaning the rest of the house, and I thought, well, I have Zero Res here. I should have them clean the carpet in Festus's old room.
Well,
and
especially.
And I could turn that into a studio if I needed to. Now, Festus moved out 3 years ago and pretty much only took what he really wanted and left the majority of his belongings in the room.
Did you find his weed?
Where they have sat and just collecting dust for 3 years, because I never go in there. I don't have any reason to go in there. Oh,
bowling trophies or
well, there are some trophies in there, but
blue ribbons for his horse shows.
Clothes and old school stuff, and it was a ton of stuff in his room covered in dust. And I'm like, okay, while Zero Res is here, I'm going to yank everything out of here and have them clean it in case they have to use it. So, like 5 big plastic tubs full of stuff. And I'm going through it, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to take this stuff to the DI. Because he told me when he left for the Navy, he's like, whatever's in there, I obviously don't need it or want it. You can get rid of it.
Bring it to my house. I'll take it.
So I go to the DI, and I pull in. I'm like, oh, the DI is not that busy. This is great. I pull in. They said, "Do you have an appointment?"
See, the same thing. Same thing happened to me.
I said, "No, I don't have an appointment, but it doesn't look that busy." They said, "It's not about that. Whatever items we're collecting, we have to put in a warehouse and let them sit for 3 days before we even look at them. So we have to limit the number of things that are brought in." And
you
I
can just
said,
put it on my porch anytime, Gina. You don't need an appointment.
And I said, "Okay, well, let's see. When can I get an appointment?" Thursday. So my car is full of junk.
Put it on my porch. I'll let it sit there for 3 days, and then I'll take what I want.
Don't tempt me, because I'm not going to unload my car now. But I have to leave all this crap in there till Thursday.
But see, what you consider crap, I know you. You throw stuff away that's valuable.
Yes.
Because you consider it crap, and it's not crap. You throw something away, and I would go, but that's a perfectly good shoehorn. Why, why are you throwing away your son's collection of letters from Shelley Duvall? Why are you doing that?
She really liked him, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Mm-hmm.
So keep your ears peeled around 8 o'clock, and I want friends of the program to tell me too. Are you hearing like background noise from, or are you learning 7th grade math through the wall?
Well, he's not supposed to be making a lot of noise. He's just supposed to be listening.
Remind him what we used to remind John Smith of, and that is, you have a microphone, you don't need to yell.
Right. It's true.
All right. Traffic, please.
There's a crash on the connector ramp eastbound I-80 to the 201 freeway in Tooele. Looks like the vehicle went off the road into the weeds, which is where we go often on this show. We also have a crash northbound I-15 Bangor Highway off-ramp in Draper. The eastbound right lane is blocked. And let me check our message stream. No, nothing there. But if you see something, please text it to us, 33986.
People want you to give away his stuff as a prize.
Well, I may, since I still have it, maybe I'll take a minute and go through and see if there's anything in there that...
Yeah, I wish you would, because I guarantee you there's stuff in there that I'm going to go, wait a minute. Why are you doing that?
This is good. All right. We will take a break. We'll be back with round one of your boners. What are our candidates?
The candidates are boner candidate. Listen, today, by the way, there will be 6 total boner candidates.
Mm-hmm.
You will have extreme difficulty deciding these.
Really?
They're all a punch in the gut. All of them. All of them. Number 1, I have a brown son, and he's more likely to commit a crime.
Oh, good.
Boner candidate number 2, poor little rich girl can't find a job. And boner candidate number 3, the many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens.
Oh, lovely. Okay, round one of your boners coming up. Stand by for that, along with Big Boy News after these X96.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Okay, wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
Some believe.
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies, Carrie.
Studies
say,
herbalists.
according to this midwife
and
herbalist.
A study could be, you know, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath. Like it was totally like, you know, I could just like feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't
like
possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms like Melinda Dratchell also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, you know, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started talking.
And you know they kept the
taking them.
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much
and
does she
that's what
charge?
it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge? I'm
that's
curious.
what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there. Okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
So 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, funny human behavior. You'll decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, goes up against the winner of round 2. Round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 different candidates. We get a winner there as well. We take both of them and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. That's when you decide Boner of the Day. So, time to pay attention. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it, gotta win it. Someday it will be in your hands. Radio from Hell Boner t-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1, I have a brown son, and he is more likely to commit a violent offense. Tuesday night's Republican National Convention featured a speech from Abby Johnson, who explained how she went from being the director of a Planned Parenthood clinic to becoming an anti-abortion activist. It's a story she's told many times. It's also a story whose basic facts are still in dispute.
Yep.
About 2 months after Johnson started telling her conversion story, 2 investigative reporters raised questions about his truthfulness. At the Texas Observer, Saul Elbine reported that Johnson had been put on a performance improvement plan at Planned Parenthood after an incident involving inappropriate use of work email. While 2 former friends of Johnson's related that she had been having money problems and contemplating bankruptcy, one said Johnson had told her she was contemplating joining an anti-abortion organization because she'd been promised high speaker fees. This whole thing is just about a disgruntled employee, one of them said. So she went on to tell about all the horrible things that she saw at Planned Parenthood during abortions. The dates that she gave, inaccurate. There were no abortions performed on those dates, but investigative reporters looked into it, and the feeling is that she did not witness any particular abortion irregularities at the Planned Parenthood clinic.
But none of that matters, because she got a national stage to stand up and say those things so people will believe her.
Whatever the facts of her conversion from being a worker at Planned Parenthood to what she is now, there was at least one other reason to raise an eyebrow at her speech. She had a lot to say about Margaret Sanger's racism. Margaret Sanger was the founder of Planned Parenthood, a birth control advocate in the early part of the last century, Margaret Sanger was in favor of eugenics. But whether she was a racist or not, that's been called. A lot of people have looked into it and they say, she wasn't really a racist. She was not. But be that as it may, aside from all of that, this woman, Abby Johnson, they found this YouTube video in which she said that she believed police officers would be smart to racially profile her biracial son. She has a brown son, a biracial son, and she said, I believe that police officers would be smart to profile him because he's more likely to commit a violent offense than the white nerdy kids.
Ugh.
What a hideous thing to say.
It's
Boner
cult.
candidate number 1.
Cult.
I
have a brown son, and he's more likely to commit a violent offense. Here's Boner candidate number 2. Poor little rich girl can't find a job. In her Republican convention speech, Tiffany Trump noted that she is a recent law school graduate, and of course also the daughter of the wealthiest president in history. In its lineup of speakers Tuesday, the Republican National Convention highlighted a recent college graduate who said that she could relate to struggling Americans, and that was the millionaire heiress, Tiffany Trump. She can relate to struggling Americans. Like so many students across the world, I graduated from law school during the pandemic. Our generation is unified in facing the future in uncertain times. And many of us are considering what kind of country we want to live in, she said. As a recent graduate, I can relate to so many of you who might be looking for a job. 26-year-old,
like you and I.
26-year-old daughter of a wealthy man, the president. She graduated from Georgetown Law School in the spring. Poor little rich girl, she can't find a job. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. Don't make up your mind yet, folks. Because
there's more. Are
yes.
you but wait, there's moreing us?
Yes, number 3, the many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens.
Okay. Candidate number 3 for round 1 coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
Man, am I looking forward to President Josiah Bartlett coming back into office.
Is he? Oh, good.
I wish.
The West Wing reunion special is in the works at HBO Max. No date has been announced yet, but according to Hollywood Reporter, it will air in the fall. The acclaimed NBC political drama cast and its creator, Aaron Sorkin, and executive producer Tommy Schlamme will stage the Season 3 episode Hartsfield Landing in order to benefit When We All Vote, a nonpartisan organization promoting voter participation. So it's an episode that they did on the show called Hartsfield Landing. Sorkin and Schlamme plan to film the reunion over the course of several days in October at the Orpheum Theater in Los Angeles. Original cast members who will appear will include Rob Lowe, Dule Hill, Allison Janney, Janelle Maloney, Richard Schiff, Bradley Whitford, and Martin Sheen. Sorkin, of course, fresh off his big hit To Kill a Mockingbird, will reportedly also include some new written material, but they're excited about doing it. That should be interesting. It's liberal porn is what it is, essentially.
Yes, it is.
But on the other side of the coin, not so exciting. Tim Allen and Richard Karn are planning kind of a reunion. They're not going to do Home Improvement, but they are going to do something on some channel somewhere. Okay. The History
don't care
Channel.
For Tim Allen.
It'll be like a reality show kind of thing.
It's called Assembly Required, and it'll be great, I'm sure. 2 people were shot early this morning, 2 fatally shot, law enforcement officials said, during a chaotic night of demonstrations over the shooting of Jacob Blake, a black resident of Kenosha, Wisconsin, whose kids were nearby as their father was shot this week by a white police officer. The police responded with tear gas and rubber bullets to rioters, repeatedly warning the crowd through a bullhorn that they were violating the city's curfew of 8 p.m. Many protesters left the area, but others lingered and walked to a gas station. There, a group of men with guns stood outside, heavily armed, tactical weapons, promising to protect the property and verbally sparring with the arriving protesters. As the night stretched on, the gas station became a tense gathering spot, bystanders watching from parked cars, people milling around and arguing, occasionally shoving each other, and then 2 people end up being shot to death, and the speculation is that they were shot by armed militia taking matters into their own hands. Now, that's not been fully proved yet. We'll see, but that's kind of the indication. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention quietly modified their coronavirus testing guidelines this week to exclude people who do not have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they have been recently exposed to the virus. You know, Dr. Cobble is going to be on after the news and after the boner voting. Dr. Michael Cobble, we should talk to him about this and why this is a terrible idea.
We need everyone to get tests. That needs everyone.
Experts questioned the revision, pointing to the importance of identifying infections in the small window immediately before the onset of symptoms, when many individuals appear to be the most contagious. They don't know they have it, but they're very, very contagious. Models suggest that about half of transmission events can be traced back to individuals still in this pre-symptomatic stage before they start to feel ill, if they ever even feel sick at all. Apparently, some people never feel the effects of the virus. They have it, they don't feel it. They just doesn't bother them for some reason, but they're perfectly capable of spreading it to other people.
Who will feel it and could get very ill or die from it. That is the problem.
403 new coronavirus cases reported on Tuesday. Utah's rate of new diagnoses continued to... Utah's rate of new diagnoses continued to went up slightly. That's not very well written, is it? But for 2 weeks has stayed under the governor's target of less than 400 cases a day. And that's probably because we're not testing very much.
Yeah.
A man was critically injured at a shooting at a Motel 6 in Midvale. A 32-year-old man suffered the injuries in the parking lot early this morning, or in the motel early this morning. Officers responded to the motel after multiple shots were fired at 1:30 this morning. An officer stayed with the 32-year-old man who suffered critical injuries in the shooting. A person was seen running from the scene, chased on foot by the cops as he ran through the McDonald's parking lot. The suspect shot at the officer. UPD said the officer did not return fire. The officer wasn't hurt. The suspect injured his hand, but it's unknown what happened. He'll be booked into the county jail. They're not quite sure what the hell was going on there between the two people in that dispute. Melania Trump spoke at the Republican National Convention, and she immediately shared her heartfelt empathy for the victims of the worst health crisis in a century.
Her what?
Her heartfelt empathy. And she said her husband Donald is going to work tirelessly until the coronavirus pandemic is over, and then without a mask, she walked into the crowd, and that was a small crowd, hand-picked crowd at the Rose Garden, and they all, shook hands and hugged, and nobody was masked up. And so she's very concerned about coronavirus, but not concerned enough to wear a mask.
You stare at me like food.
Gary.
Let's see. Are we done here? We one quick story here.
Very quick.
Mountain Dew is releasing, it says here, I'm just going to read the headline. Okay. Mountain Dew is releasing another mystery Halloween flavor. Now, I want to know, to me, Mountain Dew is a mystery flavor anyway.
What is
that flavor? Just Mountain Dew. What is it? It's all a mystery to me.
It's a citrus soda, as it says on the label.
Yeah, but what is it supposed to...
I don't know. They've been doing different flavors of Mountain Dew for a while now.
Yeah, but they're going to have a mystery flavor for Halloween.
So. All right. Weather, traffic.
Well, we still have the haze, 97 for a high, but looks like coming week we're going to finally cool down into the 80s, which will be nice. But next couple of days we will still be in the mid-90s. Traffic, we've got delays northbound Bangerter Highway stretching from just before 70th South to 62nd South. This is due to construction. Allow some extra time for your commute or find an alternate route through there. Crash eastbound Bangerter Highway at the ramp to go northbound I-15. Police are blocking the left turn lanes and more emergency vehicles are blocking the right lanes. Traffic is quickly backing up through that area. Signal problems Main Street at 8th North in Clearfield in Davis County. Treat that as a three-way stop. And if you see something, please text it to us, 33986, and I will pass it along to friends of the program. Join Sundance Institute for a special free online screening August 31st featuring the punk rock rom-com Dinner in America from the 2020 Sundance Film Festival. Register at utah.sundance.org with promo code Sundance Locals.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. The many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens, the Republican candidate for congressional district here in Utah, running against Ben McAdams. These are from a tweet thread by Jeffrey Merchant. Jeffrey Merchant is the Utah Democratic Party chairman. So you would expect him to not care for Burgess Owens, but I have no reason to believe that these things are not true. Merchant tweets, today we learned even more disturbing news about Utah's 4th Congressional District candidate Burgess Owens. To date, we know the following about Mr. Burgess. He has filed for bankruptcy not once, not twice, but at least 3 times since the 90s. He has asked U.S. federal courts to discharge nearly $2 million in debts he accrued and promised to pay to others, but then sought to have wiped out. Mr. Owens sought on technicality in court to basically have his mortgage thrown out because his wife didn't sign a piece of paper. We'd all love a windfall like that, wouldn't we? But it's not particularly honest, is it? Mr. Owens once sued the NFL. He's a former football professional football player, once sued the NFL for irreparable brain damage as a result of playing football. Then, when he lost the lawsuit, he admitted that he never really had brain damage, not forgivable given how many football players have suffered as a result of their sport. Mr. Owens once went on a QAnon show, a show that openly espouses conspiracy theories such as the idea that Donald Trump is single-handedly preventing Satan-worshiping Democrats from engaging in their favorite pastime, sex trafficking. Mr. Owens has sought money from QAnon. He claimed to be part of the QAnon team baby and has congratulated known racists such as candidate in the South who checked off a bucket list item when he visited Hitler's Eagle's Nest. It goes on and on.
Oh yeah.
He raised money for the Steve Bannon over the Building the Wall-a-thon. Owens helped Bannon raise $25 million that was supposed to go toward the border wall. Owens is accused of plagiarizing not parts, but most of his 2018 book about why he would never take a knee for those killed by police violence. Yes. So there you are. The many reasons, and there are others here, the many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens in the 4th Congressional
And it's a close race.
Apparently.
That I don't get.
That's the part I don't understand. Why is this a close race?
Ben McAdams is doing a great job and is a nice guy and a good person, and this should not be this close.
All right. Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1 was, I have a brown son, and he's probably more likely to commit a violent offense. It's anti-abortionist activist Abby Johnson telling her conversion story from going from working at Planned Parenthood to being against abortion, and also making that comment about her own biracial child. Boner candidate number 2, poor little rich girl can't find a job. Tiffany Trump, I can relate to you Americans who are looking for a job. I just graduated from law school, and I can't find a job either. And Boner candidate number 3, the many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit. It's all we need in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 26, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see the box refresh, it'll appear. Now remember, after these messages, we'll award the boner, and that's when you should call in 877-602-9696 to ask your questions of Dr. Cobble. He'll be here to talk about COVID. Any questions that you may have, he will answer right after these. So let's get on it. Vote for round 1 now, X96.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things to bitch about.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
yeah.
So who farted on the? Now, they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably
Which
is.
it could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's the.
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although, wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was
ventilator.
whether it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
pause.
That pause is,
that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he he tried to one-cheek sneak?
A one-cheek sneak while he's standing up?
Because, you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed. And
well, yeah,
all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's a better place to go because there's so many possible...
Wasn't me.
Wasn't
me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking, somebody is stinking this car up. And you don't want to say anything because...
You'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
Ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat an election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind of
How
raggedy.
Can you tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full-throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh.
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
Yeah.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All right.
listen to the show. You're smarter than we
Thank you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Before we award round one of your boners, now would be the time to call. Line up and get your questions ready for Dr. Cobble. Ask a doctor about COVID. Don't rely on your Facebook feed because it's full of, I nearly said the S word. Talk to a doctor about it. Yeah. 877-602-9696. All right, let's award round one of your boners now.
And that's brought to you in part by not shrimp rolls, not lobster rolls, langostino rolls.
It's like tiny lobster.
Yeah.
And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, or chili sriracha, located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
It was a difficult choice, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So we had boner candidate number 1. I have a brown son, and he's more likely to commit a violent offense, you know. That's the anti-abortion activist Abby Johnson doing a story at the Republican National Convention and then ending her story with that comment about her own biracial child. Boner candidate number 2, poor little rich girl can't find a job. Tiffany Trump, the daughter of a millionaire president. She's just graduated from the prestigious Georgetown Law School, and she can't find a job. I can identify with Americans who are struggling to find work. And boner candidate number 3, the many, many reasons to not vote for Burgess Owens in the 4th Congressional District. Jennifer won a boner T-shirt, and the winner, boner candidate number 1. I have a brown son, and he's more likely to commit a violent offense.
All right, that's your winner of round 1. It now goes forward to Boner Fight. Might be Boner of the Day. Round 2 at 8:20 with 3 more, 3 different candidates. We'll get a winner there as well. We'll take both of those winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when Boner Fight happens, and that's when you will decide Boner of the Day.
Dr. Michael Cobble is, I believe, with us on the phone, and you can ask him questions at 877-602-9696. Ask him questions about coronavirus, about testing and all of that kind of stuff. Dr. Cobble, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Great. How are you guys?
We're doing okay, I think. At least I'll speak for myself. I'm doing well. Gina, Carrie, are you guys doing
well?
Okay? Katie? Katie, you fine? Yeah. So I don't know if we have any questions right off the bat here at 877-602-9696, but there's a question that I had, Dr. Cobble. Can you comment on this this idea, apparently the Trump administration has pressured the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, to approve these plasma treatments for COVID-19 patients in the hospital. Can you comment on that whole situation, why that's a good thing or a bad thing? Or
Well, that treatment's been used for decades on different viral infections with MRSA and different serious life-threatening infections. That convalescent serum gives somebody else's antibodies to you that helps you fight this infection if you're near death. Again, that's a treatment that's an end-of-life type treatment. So you're flipping a coin, you're wishing for the best. And I think it's sad because the FDA has shown that the benefit is marginal at best. Remdesivir, the antiviral drug, is also has shown some benefit, and that probably has better value. But I think, again, the FDA, the CDC, and the federal government continue to set the bar very low, and it's a moving bar all the time, and it just shows the sad response that we've had to this virus since January.
Now the University of Utah's, I think it was, said that they had some plasma tests that they were going to do, and does this somehow foul up the tests, their control studies and things that they were going to do?
Well, it's possible these things will mess up the double-blind, placebo, prospective studies that are being done. I know LabCorp sent us out a note that they were going to give free antibody tests for the next 90 days to try to identify. I think that note came out Monday, the same day the FDA, or Sunday. I think the announcement was Sunday night. Wasn't that the most amazing announcement or something that was heralded to us that was going to happen?
Yeah.
And so LabCorp came out Monday and said that they would do free antibody testing for 90 days. only if the people are coming in for other blood work. So if they're coming in to get the cholesterol check, thyroid check, diabetes testing, kidney, liver testing, any of those testing, because the commercial labs want to make money on those other tests through the insurance, and then they'll do the antibody test for free. So they won't do it for free if somebody just wants to come in and see if they have antibodies. They'll do it for free if you're doing other blood work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I guess,
listen, we got to go to the phones. I think there's some people there who want to ask you questions on the phone. So,
and you can ask your questions of a real doctor, Dr. Cobble, at 877-602-9696. Brody is on the phone. Let's go to Brody.
Hi. So I keep hearing about the number of tests being a concern, that it's not very high in Utah anymore. But if you feel well, you don't get tested. And if you were to feel well and go on the state website, it would say not to get tested. So why are experts concerned about the falling number of tests?
Yeah, I think people are just burned out with it. And I think that if about 10% of the tests in Utah now are positive, so again, it confirms what we've talked about before. If you're in groups of 10 or more, there's a good chance one person's infected. The bad thing, we've talked about this in the past, is some people are like, if I have a positive contact, should I go get tested? And I think it's reasonable if you have a positive contact, because your risk of catching COVID is 4 times higher if you're around somebody that has COVID. But you may not have a positive test for 2 to 5 days. So the best way for the test to be positive is if you have symptoms, but a quarter of people don't have symptoms. And if you don't have symptoms, the test may not be positive for 3, 4, 5, 6 days. So I understand where the CDC is saying, hey, don't get tested if you've been around someone with COVID, but you're not having symptoms. But at the same time, if you're not contact tracing and testing those people that have been exposed, then you're letting them go out and re-expose other people. And again, for asymptomatic people, if they're in close contact with other people, they can give 3 people a day the infection, and you could infect 15 to 20 people before you know you've got it. And if you're a super spreader, you could infect 100 to 200 people before you know you've got it. And I think you've just got to do the things that Carrie, Gina, and Bill have talked about. Wear your mask, avoid those close contact settings, be really careful around people, and try not to spread this virus.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, Brody?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have another question?
We'll get some. 877-602-9696. We'll get some more. So if you have any questions, we'll take them after the break here. Time to talk to Dr. Cobble. Ask your questions about COVID. Don't rely on your Facebook page, because it's full of it. Talk to a doctor.
My brother-in-law knows a guy who
knows a guy. Yeah,
who took that hydroxychloroquine, and he was better in 2 days. My brother, he knows a guy.
Yeah, I think that, going back to Brody's question, I think the bad thing is if we get 250 positive cases in Utah today, that means we probably only tested 2,500 people. If we had 400 positive tests today, that means we tested about 4,000 people. If we're testing 6,000 people, we're going to get about 600 positive. And that's the big thing, that we were testing 5,000 to 6,000 average a day. Now we're down to about 3,000, 3,500. And I think people are just burned out. It's hard to get the test. It's hard to find a place, or they're busy getting the kids back to school, and they're just burned out.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break, and we will be back. 877-602-9696. You can call and talk to Dr. Cobble. Have your questions answered. ShamrockPlumbing.net.
Yeah,
if you call them.
Well, if you call them, they make sure that everything is sanitized before they ever even show up at your house. What have you got going on?
Well, my neighbor next door, I saw they had the plumber over there, and they said, oh, the roots are growing into, it's that time of year, the roots are growing into the pipes. I call Shamrock Plumbing every year to get those cleaned out, just as kind of a maintenance thing.
Every truck with Shamrock Plumbing carries a washing station for washing up before and after the job. The plumbers wear protective masks and shoe covers. They clean up very well after themselves after they've completed the job. Shamrock Plumbing keeps their employees home if they show any sign of being sick, and Shamrock Plumbing also takes every precaution to keep the clients safe as well. So if you have a small plumbing job, they're great. If you have a big plumbing job, they're great. If you want a water heater or a water softener, it's Shamrock Plumbing. You can give them a call, 801-295-1690, or go to shamrockplumbing.net. Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. Is Travis the pieman here?
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh!
It's a pie in a box.
It's the McDonald's
baked
It's the pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're missing out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump.
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
What? Well, you got me pie right there.
See, Travis has got an.
Did he?
Yeah. Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers.
Got the graphic offline. Was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store?
Yeah, it's an Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
It's really you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January.
Yeah,
February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where Big Pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big Pastry.
Big Pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what you weren't fired, but it was
it's I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementation, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly. Lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. The big balloon that they were
the
running
big
around
fat,
England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pieman Graphics.
Well,
all right.
Thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
It is 8:05, and we are on the phone with Dr. Cobble, getting all of our questions asked and answered about COVID.
877-602-9696. If you have a question, please call in and ask it of Dr. Cobble. And I think we have somebody on the line.
We have Daniel on the phone. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yes, it's more of just a comment on wearing masks and the importance of it. My employer is very, very strong in making sure that we wear our PPE, and someone in my department actually tested positive for COVID, and I believe because we do wear all of our PPE, no one else caught it.
Yeah.
So I just want to let everyone know, like, if you're wearing what you're supposed to, the risk goes down quite a bit.
Yeah, thanks, Daniel. We appreciate that. We, Dr. Cobble, we had an old friend of ours on the show a couple of weeks ago, David Evanoff. He's a recording engineer and musician, and he was in a studio with a bunch of musicians, and they were all wearing masks, but he and one producer occasionally were the only two to take their masks off. He said, I took mine off occasionally to eat a piece of pizza or something, and this producer from New York took his off. When the New York producer got back to New York, he called me up and said, I've tested positive for COVID. David went and got a test. He tested positive. Nobody else in the studio. They all had their masks on all the time. Nobody else got it, except for those two people. So it works, doesn't it?
Yeah. All right. Thank you,
Yeah,
Daniel.
I think it brings up the great point that if you wear the mask all the time and you wear it correctly and you're not contaminating your mask by touching it, taking it off, those types of things, and then you're, again, trying to avoid people that are aerosolizing. So, being in an environment where people are singing makes it pretty high risk.
Mm-hmm.
Being in an environment where people are yelling or people are talking loudly or partying or closer than 6 feet, they're very high risk, whether there are masks in the room or not. And even best case scenario, the mask is probably only 70 or 80% protective.
Mm-hmm.
Some masks are over 90% protective, but worst case scenario, the mask's only 10 to 30% protective. So, and Gina has mentioned this before, it's not just one thing. You've got to do 3 or 4 things. You've got to stay away from the crowds, don't contaminate your face, don't touch your hands to your face, wear the mask all the time, just do all the important things. And
let's see, there's some text questions. Is there anywhere in the state of Utah to get antibody testing if you think you had COVID, like in March or April?
Yeah, again, I think any doctor's office can do antibody testing. LabCorp has offered, as I mentioned, to do antibody testing 90 days free if you go to your doctor. We do antibody testing in our office. I think, Bill, you went and had it done at the university, or
yeah, they had a special thing where they would test for antibodies and had it test.
I would think any of the university clinics do it.
Yeah, and there was some. How accurate are the antibody tests? I mean, do they really? I thought I read something that said that they're not that accurate sometimes. They don't.
Well, the antibody test, the serum antibody test, the drawing from your arm is 99.6 to 100% sensitive and specific, extremely accurate.
Yeah.
Takes about 10 to 14 days for those to turn positive. So again, in the early course, that's not the test you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's the test you want to do after you've had symptoms or been sick, 10 to 14 days prior. The antigen test is the rapid test. So that's the finger test or the quickie test that you get the results back in 10 or 15 minutes. Those are very inaccurate. Those are wrong 30 to 40% of the time. The nasal swab or the oral swab is the PCR test, and that's measuring for the RNA, so the viral RNA. And that test is very accurate, except in the early course, some people will not test positive. So again, if somebody's been, like there was an emergency room physician recently that her husband was an ER doctor, he caught it. Her son caught it from them because she was a care provider for the son. And then she didn't get symptoms for 5, 6, 7, 8 days. And then none of her PCR tests turned positive. Her antibody test was positive 14 days later, even though she was pretty certain she had contracted it as well. Those are rare cases, but the antigen, the rapid test, is measuring for the protein of the virus. PCR is measuring for the RNA of the virus. And then the antibody test, which is a blood draw from the arm, is measuring to see if you made an antibody response. And that takes about 10 to 14 days before that will be positive.
Yeah. Is there any word on the saliva test front? Is that going forward?
Yeah, the saliva test, so there are mail-in tests, Quest, and I'm sure the other commercial labs are going to do it. Those will be $100 or so. You can spit in the tube or spit in the container, mail it back. Now, it may take a year because the post office isn't working anymore. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
But so you may not get your results back quickly. I don't know if they're going to do it through FedEx or some other delivery service. But those are, again, checking for remnants of the virus as well. And those are accurate. They're no better than what you get at your doctor or clinic's office, but it's something you can do on your own.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here's another text question. I drove across the country to Florida with daughter to take her to college. Stopped only for gas, wore gloves and masks when getting gas, and mask when stopping for potty stops, stayed in Airbnbs, helped my daughter move into her college dorm at the University of Tampa. Everyone required to mask up, and we did as well, as did daughter's dorm mates, parents, and the dorm mate. I flew home via Delta. Seats were spaced, and the flight was light. Mask mandatory, except when eating and drinking. I still plan to self-quarantine for 14 days because I live alone, just as a precaution. If I was exposed, when would symptoms begin to appear, assuming that I contracted COVID and I get symptoms?
Yeah, so typically the symptoms are 3 to 8 days if you've had a positive contact. And it sounds like you did all the right stuff. I'd be shocked if you have a positive contact. You live home alone, so I don't think you're at risk of spreading this, but 3 to 8 days if you're going to catch it. If you're an older person, you'll be symptomatic. If you're a younger person, probably not so symptomatic. So I think you'll know right away.
Mm-hmm. And this text question is just out of curiosity. I'd like to know if people who have died from COVID-19 can be used as organ donors. It's just one of those what-if questions.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's a tough question because this is a multi-organ disease, and I'm not sure how they're treating. The majority of people passing away from this are older and probably not good organ donor candidates. They're in long-term care facilities. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, that's a tough question. We had a young 11-year-old that was had a family contact at a family reunion, and out of the 8 people that got the disease at the family reunion, the 11-year-old was the one that was hospitalized in the intensive care unit. She survived, fortunately, but I guess the question would be that if she hadn't survived, could she have been an organ donor? And I would bet at her age that as long as there was no evidence of damage to those organ systems, that she could have been an organ donor.
Dr. Cobble, I'm sorry, you're wrong. 11-year-olds don't end up in the hospital. That doesn't happen. This disease does not affect kids. I've heard that.
Gina heard that on a radio. Was it a doctor who was saying that, Gina?
Yes.
A doctor saying that
on
another radio station here in town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it is rare, but sadly, it's not what you want to see, and it was a shock to everybody because out of the 8 people that caught it, the youngest one was the sickest, and it's not what you expect, but it can affect everybody, and I know you guys are being a little cynical about it, but sadly, this is a very dangerous virus, and keep protecting yourself and others.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dr. Cobble, thanks so much, and we'll talk to you again. I'll talk to you again later today, as a matter of fact. See you then.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. Traffic, Gina.
Well, it crashed 1900 West 3rd South. This is in Marriott Slaterville in Weber County. Delays on northbound Bangor Highway stretch from just before 70th South to 62nd South. This is due to construction in that area. And let's see, crash Riverdale Road 7th West in Ogden. It's at 8:45. Yes. It's Muhammad. Come say hi to everybody. You're in here, you got to say hi. Poke your right here.
Hi.
There.
Hey,
yeah,
how
I
you
got to
doing?
go help him with his Wi-Fi password because that's where we're at.
Because that's where we're at.
That's traffic.
All right, thank you very much. We'll take a break. We'll be back with Boners Round 2.
Here are
And
the
Big Boy
titles.
News. What do we got?
I'm sure he deserves every penny is number 1. Number 2, I don't have to have a reason. And number 3, she knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy.
Okay. Round 2 of your Boners, Big Boy News, all coming up after these. X96.
I've just been meaning to ask you, Gina, the last 3 days, and I forgot. Well, the last 2 days.
What?
So you went to collect your daughter at camp.
Yes.
On Saturday, I think it was.
Friday.
And we'd had some discussion last week about the letters, and that you had written a letter to her, a daily letter that she took with her.
Yes.
And you instructed her to open one a day. Is
Yes.
that, and being the good little girl she
Yes.
is, I'm sure that's exactly the way she did it.
Yes.
Whereas when I was a little kid, when I'd gotten to camp, I would just want to open them all.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to read them all. And then she was incommunicado
For a week.
For really 7 days? Was it 7 days?
Sunday to Friday.
Yeah, okay. And so the only communication that you could have with her would be a letter that she would send you.
Right.
And you kept waiting for the letter and waiting for the letter. And I said, you're not going to get the letter until after you pick her up. Have you received, as you went to get her and collected her tear-stained pillow and all of the soiled bedding and everything? And
she did very well, actually, at camp.
Well, I'm sure she did, but
I'm saying there wasn't a tear-stained pillow.
I joke.
I know. As I got home with her after we picked it up, it was in the mailbox.
As I thought.
Yes.
And was the letter tear-stained?
No.
Was it very detailed?
Yes.
What did she write it the first day, or did she just write it, like the day before you?
And then express it.
She wrote it halfway through, and she said, "Next year I know to write it earlier in the week."
But there you go. It might have gotten to you.
Mm-hmm. But it was a happy letter. I'm having a great time. And she said, "I knew you would ask, Mom. The food is great," is what the letter said.
Food is great.
I knew you would ask.
And then she had no trouble finding an owl to deliver it.
No, came right to the.
Right.
She's very, very methodical in her thinking. She said, "I sent it on Wednesday. I should send it earlier next time, but I should at least wait a day till I've done something to write about So she's figuring out the best day to send it is probably Tuesday, and then I would get it. But she did great. She wants to go back. So
she did the rope swing. She swam in the lake. She went canoeing.
No,
killed a bear.
No,
none of that.
No.
What do they do? What do they sit around and sew?
They made bread.
That's not camp. You go out. You got to go out and kill squirrels and play capture the flag at night, and then kids get lost in the woods.
At the very least, play with the fire.
Yeah, roast no fire.
Poking a stick in it?
No.
They made bread. They had morning meditation.
What?
Sissy camp. We did yoga, Mom.
She loved it. That's all that matters.
Sissy camp.
Okay.
Okay, 8:21 right now. It is time for round 2 of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. And you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day, going up against the winner of round 1. We did an hour ago. So we'll take both of those winners, and we'll put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you will decide boner of the day for today. Right now, you got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a gift certificate to go to Diversion Eatery. It's an emailed certificate, and you can do all of this online, by the way, because you can look at Diversion Eatery's menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I'm sure he deserves every penny. Jerry Falwell Jr. is expected to receive a $10.5 million severance package as he leaves his post as president of Liberty University. Falwell told the Washington Post he will receive $2.5 million over the next 2 years, during which he will not work for a competing institution. He will then receive about $8 million in retirement as part of a contract he signed in July of 2019.
That'll keep him in plenty of pool boys. That's
the board,
just enough.
The board was gracious to not challenge that, Falwell said. I haven't done anything, you know. Liberty University originally accepted Falwell's resignation on Tuesday, with the longtime university leader leaving the institution under a cloud of personal scandal. He first came under scrutiny earlier this month after he posted a photo of himself on a yacht with his arm around a young woman and his pants were unzipped. And I mean intentionally unzipped.
Yeah.
A longtime business partner then claimed Falwell was a willing participant in a years-long affair involving his wife, Becky Falwell. The couple has acknowledged the affair, but has denied that Jerry Falwell was involved, claiming the former business partner was trying to blackmail the couple. Allegations the former associate has dismissed. Becky Falwell described the extramarital affair as embarrassing in an interview with the Post. I wish Christians and people would be as forgiving as Christ was, she said. You know, like me and my husband have always been so forgiving of other people. These are horrible human beings.
Yep.
Boner candidate number 1, and I'm sure he deserves every penny. Here's boner candidate number 2. I don't have to have a reason. That's the attitude, even though she doesn't seem to say it. It seems to be the attitude that Provo Mayor Michelle Kaufusi has. She says she intends to veto a mask mandate that was unanimously passed by the Provo City Council on Tuesday night. After hours of fine-tuning, the council passed an ordinance that would require all individuals living within or visiting Provo to wear face coverings while indoor or outdoor areas accessible to the public or in attendance at large gatherings. There are caveats. Those exercising or gathered with people that they live with would be exempt. Of course, you can take them off if you are at a restaurant, if you need to eat food, things like that.
Why on earth would she veto this?
Council members were mostly united behind the ordinance over the ordinance's overarching motive, and that's to make masks the norm in Provo. The vast consensus is masks help, said Councilman Bill Fillmore. Even if we feel that maybe they don't help me that much in terms of preventing me from getting the virus, they help. The masks help other people.
Yes.
Call it an act of charity. However, shortly after the vote, Kaufusi made it clear she would veto the ordinance. She will now have 15 days to either sign or veto it. If she does neither, the mandate will take effect. You and I have the same destination in sight. This is a quote. Where we part is how we get there, Mayor Kaufusi said. I favor staying on the path we've been on until now. A law requiring masks would be a step in the wrong direction, she said.
Where is the harm in it?
She doesn't have to have a reason.
Can't you look toward Salt Lake, where we've had a mask mandate?
Oh, please, Gina. Please.
What?
That's the sure way to get her to not do it.
They don't want to be like Salt Lake?
I'm not.
No.
They're sinners up there.
I
don't think their mayor goes to church.
It's the liberals of the liberal elites up here, worshiping Satan and eating babies.
I don't think that their mayor. I'm pretty sure that people on their city council don't go to church either.
I'm baffled by this.
Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number 3. She knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy.
Okay. Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated stores. Moochie's is offering free delivery or pickup within designated areas. Call your local Moochie's to order.
The Rolling Stones may be linking up with The Killers.
Really?
For a collaboration. In a tweet Tuesday, the English rock legends teased an upcoming new version of their song Scarlet, featuring the Mr. Brightside Band. The track will also feature producer Jacques Lecan. It is due out this Friday, August 28th. Scarlet is an archival Rolling Stones song from 1974 featuring Led Zeppelin's Jimmy Page on guitar. It was finally released this past July and will be included in the upcoming reissue of the 1973 Stones album Goat's Head Soup, which is due out on September 4. The Stones previously had teamed up with The Killers on, I didn't know this, on The War on Drugs for a remix of Scarlet. It's the Stones teamed up with an indie rock group called The War on Drugs for a remix of Scarlet. The Killers, meanwhile, just released their new album called Imploding the Mirage last Friday. And Kevin Hart has revealed that he tested positive for COVID-19 earlier this year. Had a horrible car accident, and then he gets COVID-19. I mean, really.
Now, I thought you were going to do the other Kevin Hart story.
Oh, about the Usain Bolt? I didn't quite get that. I guess, what happened?
No, they it was a story about Usain Bolt having COVID, and the picture they used was of Kevin Hart. Because they all look the same.
Well, Kevin Hart's better looking. So maybe that's why. Maybe Usain Bolt wanted him to do it. I don't. Yeah, I didn't. I saw that, but
It was on Kevin Hart roasts NBC for mistaking him for Olympic athlete Usain Bolt. But part of what's so hilarious about that is Kevin Hart's about 3 feet tall.
Yeah.
And Usain Bolt is like 7 feet tall. And I'm exaggerating both of those numbers, but they don't even look even remotely similar at all.
No.
Nope.
So in Florida, a legal battle may determine when students will make a physical return to class. The Florida Education Association, a teachers union, sued after the state announced all brick-and-mortar schools will have to reopen this month. A judge blocked that requirement Monday with a temporary injunction, and the state has since appealed. The state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis should be in prison.
Yes.
This guy is the worst of all. He starts out the whole pandemic saying there was not a lot of coronavirus immediatly in Florida. New York was getting pounded. He said, "Yeah, look at New York. Yeah, they're getting pounded. Those liberals up there. Well, here in Florida, we know how to do things. We're not getting the coronavirus." Then all of a sudden, Florida, bam, and they get hammered with coronavirus. And part of the reason they get hammered with coronavirus is because Governor DeSantis' administration said to these Guatemalan workers, there are lots of Guatemalan immigrants in Florida, lots and lots who come up across the border to work in Florida. Construction, very important. They work construction, they work in the fields. They are very important to the economy of Florida. And Governor DeSantis said, you are essential workers. You may not stay home. You have to work. And the Guatemalans, they go, well, okay, all right, I guess we're essential workers. It's what we have to do. They live in pretty poor conditions. 8 people in 2-room apartments, 8 to 12 people in 2-room apartments, things like that. Guess what happens?
Yeah.
Coronavirus starts through the Guatemalan population of Florida and then quickly spreads elsewhere because of Governor Ron DeSantis, who is now saying, well, schools have to reopen. We know what we're doing in Florida. No, you don't.
And don't forget, DeSantis made the WWE categorize them as essential.
Yeah.
The Great Salt Lake may not be saved. It can be saved, but only with big changes, they say. Bold water conservation strategies. Now you think, well, who cares? It's a big salty body of water.
Yeah.
Who cares whether it's saved or not?
It smells bad out there.
Well, the alarming shrinking of the Great Salt Lake is actually bad news. The Great Salt Lake water levels have declined up to 11 feet due to Utah's use of water. We all need to take action and take action quickly. The Great Salt Lake is an essential part of the ecosystem of Utah and wildlife in Utah. And as it continues to dry up, first it's an indication that we're using up our water supplies. And then second of all, it'll be devastating to the environment if the Great Salt Lake does dry up or continues to dry up at the rate that it is. Former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi speaking at the Republican National Convention.
Yeah.
And immediately lying to the Republicans and to the country who was listening. She tried to paint Joe Biden and his son Hunter Biden as corrupt people at the convention. For Joe Biden, the U.S. has been the land of opportunism, not opportunity, Pam Bondi said. She then took aim at Hunter Biden, whose job at a Ukrainian energy company was a key aspect of the impeachment trial. And she said, it's proved that Joe Biden got that job for his son. That's corruption. And none of that is, he did have a job he was put on a board of a Ukrainian energy company. But after a long investigation,
it's been investigated. And
there was no evidence of wrongdoing.
And again, it's projection from the GOP, because if you want to talk nepotism, let's talk the Trump family. In government as well.
Yeah. Hey, good news about a disease. Polio, they say now has for sure been eradicated essentially from the country of Africa.
Oh, good.
That's where it still had a kind of a stronghold. It was difficult to do, but the World Health Organization, that organization that we're pulling out of and not funding.
Yeah.
The end of wild polio in Africa is a great day, said a spokesperson for the World Health Organization. This is the success. None of us could have done this alone.
How do they do it?
Vaccines.
No, those don't work. They had to have done it some other way, like some magic.
One quick story about Mickey Donovan. Jon Voight.
Jon Voight.
So he spoke at the convention, or he narrated the Republican National Convention opening thing. Actor Frank Whaley has accused Jon Voight of slapping him while they worked on a scene in Ray Donovan. F. Jon Voight, said Frank Whaley, the actor. He said, we were doing a scene in Ray Donovan, and he couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up. We're doing the lines, and he couldn't keep up. He kept fouling up the lines. He couldn't keep up. He got so frustrated that he slapped me in the middle of the scene. Now, he's denied
How does
that.
that help, Jon
He's
Voight?
denied that, but Frank Whaley said, you can deny it all you want. Look, here's a still photograph of it.
It's like his hand is up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's obvious what he was doing.
Well, and you can see Whaley is kind of flinched away. He got frustrated and slapped me.
Yep. He's a dick. All
That's
right.
it.
That's sports weather traffic, please.
Join Sundance Institute for a special free online screening on August 31st, featuring punk rock rom-com Dinner in America from the 2020 Sundance Film Festival. Register at utah.sundance.org with the promo code SundanceLocals. Well, the Jazz could have wrapped it up last night, but they didn't. They lost to the Nuggets, so they'll have to play again. They lost 117-107. Game 5, Utah leads the series 3-2. And let's see, they're going to be playing tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Of course, Real Salt Lake is home today, playing for the first time in 172 days. 5,000 fans will be able to socially distantly attend. I don't know if there are tickets still available because there are so many limited ones, but you can check that out at rsl.com. And let's see, weather is brought to you by, sorry, I have extra sponsors this hour I want to get in here. During the month of August, Scott Hale is offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. We're in the mid-90s and hazy for the next couple of days, but there is some light on the horizon for some cooler temperatures and some cleaner air. But next couple of days, still kind of how it has been. Traffic brought to you by injured in an accident. Everyone deserves an advocate. Call 801-355-5550 or go to utahadvocates.com. Crash eastbound South Jordan Parkway at 34th West in South Jordan. The right shoulder is affected there. Crash southbound I-15 at 6th East in Lehigh. That is also off to the right shoulder. Crash 35th South 72nd West in West Valley. And I'll check our message stream quickly. And don't see anything there, but you can always send us traffic if you see it, and I'll pass it along. 33986. During the month of August, Scott Hale offering a $39 AC tune-up. Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE.
Bill, excuse me, Bill. Bill, Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent. Yeah, I'm sorry if I said Africa was a country. I know it's not a country.
Yeah, Sarah Palin.
It is a continent made up of several countries. All right. Here's boner candidate number 3. She knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy. A speaker scheduled to appear on the second night of the Republican National Convention was pulled from the lineup just hours after she promoted an anti-Semitic QAnon conspiracy theory on Twitter. Marianne Mendoza was scheduled to appear about an hour into the convention Tuesday night in a video message, one of several women voicing their support for President Donald Trump. Trump campaign communications director Tim Murtaugh confirmed that Mendoza was dropped. We have removed the scheduled video from the convention lineup. It will no longer run. The campaign didn't cite a reason for dropping Mendoza, but the move comes after the Daily Beast reported that early Tuesday, Mendoza shared a since-deleted tweet, an anti-Semitic thread on the Rothschild, a Jewish banking family. Yes, that old saw. The thread claimed that the malevolent Jewish forces in the banking industry are out to enslave non-Jews and promote world wars. And it also included references to the far-right conspiracy theory QAnon.
This is just a few hours before the convention.
And here's
this
the
isn't
thing.
some old tweet from a long time ago. She's doing it actively.
Here's the thing. 2 of the speakers on the night were doing speeches about how horrible the liberals are with their cancel culture. Well, it seems to me like they just engaged in some cancel culture there, didn't they? Didn't they cancel her from speaking?
Well, but she's not our... I mean, she makes us look bad, or she makes us look worse. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
That's boner candidate number 3. She knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, I'm sure he deserves every penny. Jerry Falwell Jr. Set to get $10.5 million in compensation fees as he leaves Liberty University. Boner candidate number 2, I don't have to have a reason. Despite a unanimous city council vote, Provo Mayor Michelle Kafusi says she will veto a mask mandate that the council passed last night. And boner candidate number 3, she knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy.
Okay. Here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates. Which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of our champions and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning is when you will decide boner of the day with Boner Fight. Right now, you've got to pick your champion for round 2. Send one of these forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that number, that single digit, in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. You can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting August 26, 2020, and vote there. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is round 2.
The music starts.
Now, I have a little bit of advice for people for St. Patrick's Day.
Okay.
I saw this online today, and it says these are clever things that you can do.
I bet they're not
for your St. Patrick's Day shenanigans. These are clever captions you could use on Instagram, for instance.
Okay.
And I'm saying if you do these things, you're a fool. You should not. Here, St. Patrick's Day captions for friends and loved ones on your Instagram posts. So as you post your stupid Instagram drunken pictures, you should caption them with things like this. I'm not Irish, but kiss me anyway.
No. Don't do that.
This is clever. These are clever things that people have thought up for you because you're not clever. How about this one? Irish, you were here.
No.
Never.
No? How about this one?
Don't use that.
About to get lucky, insert shamrock and wink face emojis.
No.
Lucky me, I have you. No?
I mean, that's just nice. I
Irish
don't mind
whiskey
that one.
makes me frisky.
I do like Irish whiskey.
Oh, yeah.
How about funny St. Patrick's Day captions for eating, drinking, and being Irish? The leprechaun made me do it. Take a picture. It'll last longer. Picture like as in picture of beer.
No,
Okay.
boo.
That is bad.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
That was kind of funny.
It is?
It made me laugh.
The patty don't start till I walk in.
It's a Kesher reference. The patty don't start.
No. Okay. Ready to get shamrocked?
No.
No. How about, okay, cute St. Patrick's Day captions for babies and kids.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. I'm telling you, don't use any of these. Little Miss Lucky Charm. So if you put a picture of your kid
This
there.
is like Instagram stuff.
Wee bit of trouble.
Oh.
My little good luck charm. Okay, Irish blessings and proverbs to use for St. Patrick's Day.
Let's try these. Maybe these.
Wind at your back and road racing.
May your pockets be heavy and your heart be light. May good luck pursue you each morning and night. Well, that's okay.
Okay. A little wordy, but
yeah. How about? Now these are all terrible.
Yeah. What do you do? What are you doing for St. Patrick's Day?
Nothing. I'll be in Las Vegas.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's right. Oh, crap.
Oh my.
Oh, Bill, that's a horrible time to be in Vegas.
You just realized that?
I just realized that.
Oh no.
Oh. This is
now
bad.
wait a minute.
That's almost like being in Mexico on spring break.
Yeah, this is bad.
Wait a minute. What?
St.
Sunday.
Pat's is Sunday.
I'm gonna wait a minute. It's on Sunday, right?
Yeah.
So what exactly am I going to be doing on Sunday? Let me see.
This is
leave
bad.
Don't leave your hotel room.
Yeah, don't leave the pool.
Sunday. I'm going to be. I'm going to be at the Piff, the Magic Dragon show.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah.
Well, then you might be okay if you're at. I just wouldn't be out on the street.
Everybody in the audience is going to be drunk.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really, really
Oh,
drunk.
yeah. Absolutely.
So you should be just
No, well,
so you fit in.
no.
I wouldn't. Yeah, don't go to Vegas on St. Patrick's Day
New Year's Eve.
or New Year's. I know. I did New Year's in Las Vegas, and oh man, what a mess! What an absolute mess!
I mean, I didn't even think about that. I just.
Oh wow.
So.
Well, maybe you should take one of those cute sayings with you and use it.
Kiss me, I'm Irish.
Yeah.
No.
No.
So I will be sober so that I can fend them off.
You would take your cudgel.
I have one on my desk.
I know. Take it.
I will.
You can beat people away from you as you go through the crowd.
And I wouldn't be sober if I were you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to take. If you're sober, it's going to be worse.
Well, I'm just afraid I won't. I'm just afraid if I'm not sober, I will get in a fight. If I'm drunk, I'll get in a fight.
Stay in your pool.
Yeah, don't get in a fight.
Yeah,
don't do that.
Because my defense, I'll just be.
Your defenses are down.
My defenses are down, and I'll just be. I don't take that kind of crap from anybody. And then I'll get beaten up.
Yeah, you're in trouble. Right now, but first let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by a corn and tomato salad.
And it's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic, jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See the menu at diversioneatery.com.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, I'm sure he deserves every penny. Jerry Falwell Jr. set to get $10.5 million in compensation from Liberty University as he leaves them. Boner candidate number 2. I don't have to have a reason. Unanimous city council vote in Provo, but the mayor says she will still veto the mask mandate. And boner candidate number 3, she knows the truth. She sees the conspiracy. Marianne Mendoza pulled from the Republican National Committee lineup after retweeting anti-Semitic QAnon conspiracy theories. Kirk won the gift card from Diversion Eatery, and the winner, going away, boner candidate number 2, I don't have to have a reason, the mayor of Provo.
All right, that's your winner of round 2. Now goes forward to boner fight, might be boner of the day. We'll find out at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. Let's get to things that must go now, brought to you by
Department of Workforce Services has thousands of jobs to fill. They're hosting a virtual job fair Thursday, August 27th from 10 to 1. Part-time, full-time, and telework positions are available. Register in advance at jobs.utah.gov.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, dear friends of the program, things that you want to go from your life. So you send them to us, Radio from Hell at x96.com. You put must go in the subject line. Hopefully, if we read it, you will find some relief. I'll begin. I got a couple of my own. Number 1, when my mask fogs up my glasses. I'm driving, I'm wearing my sunglasses, and I'm wearing a mask in the car, and the mask causes my glasses to fog up.
You got to get the kind that's got the metal nose.
I do.
And
I have one.
Pierce it close, but then put the glasses. Make sure they're on top of the mask, not just sitting there.
It still did it. I don't know why. It still did it. Eye drops. When more than one drop comes out into your eye. I can't. That must go. And then Kleenex. See this box of Kleenex here? I have a little box of tissues. Mm-hmm. And when you can't get it, especially at first, you pull on it and there, now it finally is working. But at first, they're like just big clumps keep coming out.
It's hard to get it started.
I can't stand that. And now I've got a tissue that I don't need here. All right, this one, let's see. This is from Chef Steve. I'm recovering from foot surgery and using a temporary handicap sign in my car. The thing that must go is the fact that there are often no cart returns near the handicap stalls.
Oh.
Look around next time, and you'll see that I'm right. I guess handicapped people just don't use carts, huh? Number 2, I walk my dogs at 6 in the morning before it gets too hot. Well, not with that foot surgery, you don't, Steve. Hey, neighbors, if you can't angle your sprinklers properly and thus need to water the sidewalk and the street, could you do it at 1 a.m. instead of 6 a.m. when I'm out walking my dog? And how about a company that can instantly take money from my account when I use a debit card, but if I have to cancel a purchase, they can't get the money back into my account for 10 days? I think they're hoping people will just forget. And finally, if you have a home warranty, read your contract. My husband owns a small HVAC company, and to supplement the business, he does some warranty work. I can't even begin to describe the amount of abuse he gets because he will not replace equipment that is not in failure. Feel better. I feel better now. Oh, this is from Kelly in Centerville. Chef Steve says, I hope you and your families are well. I have a few things that need to go. My children and my wife being home all the time. I'm an essential worker. I get out of the house a few days a week. My wife is working from home and my kids are about to start school at home. They hardly ever leave the house. Online schooling needs to go. Please just make COVID go away, says Chef Steve.
Yeah.
Carrie?
This first one is... my wife wrote it, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I can identify shrimp, even if you take the tail off for me. In fact, I pay you for shrimp. I want you to take the tail off. I don't got time to take off the tail. But in other news, if you give me the entire shrimp, head and tail, well, I guess I'll learn to deal with it.
Okay.
Shrimp trouble. We had shrimp last night, too.
Oh. Let's see. This one from Jessica. QAnon must go.
Mm-hmm.
Trump is not going to be your savior. Just knock it off. The heat must go. It's wreaking havoc on my lawn, and we're paying a hefty water bill. Last thing, stop giving me grief for wearing my mask, family. You're welcome for keeping your ass safe. Thanks for letting me listen. This one from Does Not Say. Television series that each episode is 5 minutes long. So a whole season is 45 minutes long. And you have to watch the intro 9 times in less than an hour. What a ripoff. Cancel your Quibi subscription, I guess, there. And finally, this one from Cousin Emily. Good morning, Lords. Things that must go. The people who say that you have become too political. You know what has become too political? Politics.
The world?
The world, yes. Being an informed voter is an essential right of being an American. If I or any registered voter choose to get my information via the New York Times, or say Radio from Hell, and also given the right as an American citizen wish to express that view, I wouldn't wish to take that right away from someone who opposes my opinion any more than someone who unites with it. If you'd rather hear about Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's divorce, or, now this is Emily saying this, or Katy Perry's elephantine pregnancy, then I would go elsewhere. Say any TV program to get my news. People who are against political expression essentially oppose American freedoms. Thank you, Radio from Hell, for giving me an always enjoyable listening experience. Take care. And tell Nicole happy birthday. I love her more. Gina?
First, something from me. Things that must go. My inability to say the word prerequisite. Prerequisite. I have copy that comes up often with the word prerequisite in it, and it is difficult for me to say. I don't know.
Say sword.
How about, you need to do this before you do that. I can say that. Let's see. Friend of the program says, coworkers that are hardly in the office as healthy individuals and post infected COVID-19 individuals in the office. Coworkers that are hardly in the office as healthy individuals. I guess meaning they're sick they come in sick all the time.
Mm-hmm.
As post-infected COVID-19 individuals. So historically they're sick all the time. And now they've had COVID and they're coming back in and they're still coughing and sneezing and claiming they're recovered, but they're not. Flying rocks and COVID. I just spent 3 days calling for a windshield replacement estimate to find the prices doubled post-COVID. One company claimed manufacturers and shipping costs have risen. That's probably true, but you still need to get your windshield replaced. Thanks. I'll make bills a double. Remain seated. Have had said hello to Geek Show. This is, that's my list. Next one is using your married name must go. Ladies, just keep your maiden name. Makes things easier long term. You know when you get divorced and you have to change your paperwork and stuff? If you just stick with your maiden name, then you don't have to worry about that.
Probably a good idea.
And then when you live in an apartment building and jump into the shower, just before grabbing the shampoo, somebody turns off the water. No notice, no knock on the door, no nothing. The water is just shut off, like a broken pipe, water all over something. Please just let people know when you're going to turn off the water. I have a shower to take. That's things that must go.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
All right, 8:57. Traffic, Gina, please.
Crash westbound Old Bingham Highway at northbound Mountain View Corridor in West Jordan. The right lane is affected there. Crash eastbound SR 201 25th West in Salt Lake, right shoulder being affected there. Crash eastbound South Jordan Parkway, 34th West in South Jordan. And I'm seeing quite a bit of slowage northbound I-15 through Sandy, although I don't see an accident attached to that, but maybe it just happened and they haven't reported it yet. So if you see something, please text it to us at 33986 and I will pass it along. Fink and McGregor, Mortgages Made Simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494.
All right, we'll be back with Boner Fight and a reasonable amount of news coming up after these. We love the Park City Restaurant Association.
Yeah, and the annual cocktail contest going on till the 31st of August. And you can participate, right, Gina?
Yeah, you can go vote. And you can actually start off your journey by actually going to the restaurants and trying the drinks. You can go in person. They're open. They have socially distanced safety protocols in place. Or you can just go online to parkcityrestaurants.com and vote there. You're going to help a mixologist win a prize. And you could win a prize, too, one of those bartender boxes that were so neat.
Yeah, nice. Now you have to be 21 to vote.
Sure.
And you can only cast one vote. And I believe they're giving away 4 of those bartenders boxes that include everything you need to prepare high-end quality cocktails at home. Park City Restaurants will draw a name from those who have voted, and winners will get to choose which box they want. Now, if you want to participate in the contest, again, you got to be 21 and simple. Just go to parkcityrestaurants.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package from my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you 2 losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quietly, Hi, he's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got Space madness! We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't. Huh? We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his Jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's Jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
Well, you'll
I
have
gotta
to
go
excuse
pee.
me because I have to use the bathroom.
I gotta go pee.
I have to go to the, Whiz Palace. You know, Dave.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again. Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children.
Oh, my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa. Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf Ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no. The leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead Jolly Old Sucky Claus?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
On this day.
In 1966, Shirley Manson. Her real name, I thought maybe that was like a stage name. But no. Little baby Shirley Manson, born in Scotland, little tiny.
She Marilyn
baby.
Manson's sister?
No relation. Lead singer of Garbage, Shirley Manson.
Her birthday. She was on a TV show a while back called The Sarah Connor Chronicles, which was a Terminator show.
Right, yeah.
And she was a Terminator.
Cool.
Which I think was a good idea to give her a part where she didn't really have to act. Just, kind of stood there.
Terminate. Just had to terminate. Hey, did you guys talk about the good news while I was gone on Monday?
Jesus?
Well,
Yes, we talked a lot about Jesus.
So much good news that,
Better than Jesus.
Better than Jesus?
Chuck-A-Ramas are reopening. Did you talk about that? No?
I didn't want to get in trouble, so I didn't.
Why would you get in trouble? So I think it's exciting news. The Chuck-A-Rama restaurants they've figured out a way. They say they're taking all the precautions, and Chuck-A-Rama restaurants are reopening. And I had no idea that people have a nickname for Chuck-A-Rama, a fond nickname for Chuck-A-Rama. Do you know what it is? People who love Chuck-A-Rama call them Uncle Chuck. You go to the Uncle Chuck.
Uncle Chuck.
Yeah. So they're going to be...
Are you going to go?
No. Not because of what you think. Not because I'm worried about the COVID. Because I read the story about it. They're good. They're taking care of it pretty darn well, I would say. I don't go to Chuck-A-Rama because I'm afraid people will make fun of me.
Well, if you wear a disguise.
I could. I like the Chuck-A-Rama. I like the Chuck-A-Rama. I like the Sizzler salad bar, You're
just a buffet guy. You like a buffet.
I like it.
They closed the Sizzler.
I know.
Ripped a sign down.
Did they close the Sizzler completely? The one over on...
by Sugar House Park.
Oh, really?
That ain't coming back, what they've done to that there. I don't know what they're going to put there, but it ain't a Sizzler.
I haven't been up that way in a long, long time because of all that construction. But
that's sad news because. But I just thought it was exciting news, and there are people who are thrilled. Most of the Chuck-A-Rama locations are reopening. Not all of them right now, but they'll get all of them up pretty soon. And we did a station event at a Chuck-A-Rama one time, a long time ago, and I can't remember exactly what it was for, but we ended up inviting, and we had about 30 people there.
That was before me. That was a long time ago.
It was a long time.
Because the only time I've ever been inside of a Chuck-A-Rama, do you remember when I did that little stint on Channel 2 for a while? In the midday?
Yeah.
The deal of the day, and they'd send me out to whatever
Places.
business had the deal of the day. You notice I don't do that anymore. They didn't keep me on for that. But they sent me to Chuck-A-Rama, and I was like, can you believe I've lived in Utah most of my life and never been inside a Chuck-A-Rama? So I can say I have been inside. I didn't eat there, but I have been inside a Chuck-A-Rama.
So the stuff that they do, it is basic food, just basic, but they do it really well. I mean, if you want fried chicken, and a lot of it, and mashed potatoes, and if you want biscuits and that kind, they do a good job. And I don't know, when I feel a little more comfortable, I just may go to Uncle Chuck's.
Put on a disguise and go.
Yeah.
And no one will know, and no one will make fun of you.
There's just the people that I know would say, "You did what again?"
Don't tell anyone.
Snobs.
Where have you been for the past hour and a half, Bill? Bowling. I went bowling. Well, they'd make fun of you for bowling, too, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I was at the library.
Yeah, there you go. I was having a literary discussion at the library.
There you go. All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back. Boner Fight is coming up next. X96.
Summer is flying.
I find this on my desk when I come in this morning. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth as well. Well, it says it's a postcard. Greetings from fabulous Moab, Utah.
Fabulous.
And it's a postcard from the Poison Spider bicycle shop. It's a well-known bicycle shop down in Moab. It's got a giant, horrific spider on it chasing a bicyclist through the red rocks of Moab.
Looks like one of those old movie posters.
Yeah. And then on the back it says Carrie and Bill, and it's written by someone who assigns themselves very disappointed fan.
Very disappointed.
Disappointed enough to send a postcard.
Wow.
Somebody who looks like they might have been drunk because it's barely decipherable, scribbled. Carrie and Bill, although you are entertaining, why do you disrespect and bully Gina Barberi on your show? She is the voice of reason.
Voice of reason? Did you hear that? You're now the voice of reason.
It's my dad's thing.
Intelligent and kind. I guess this is kindness.
Kindness?
Kindness. It's.
I like it when drunk people stick up for me.
Yay.
You both behave like
jackanapes. Jackanapes, please.
Misogynistic. Oh, misogynists. Gina should be something.
Do you want me to try
treated much better as a professional?
Thank you,
Very,
drunk friend of the program.
Very disappointed fan. See if that doesn't look like a drunk person wrote it. Or no, you know what? I just changed my mind. It was written by an ancient person, an ancient human being. It's a former Tom Barberi fan who now like Sheena. I am not a crackpot.
Oh, I appreciate that. This took effort.
Yeah.
They had to
very old
purchase
person.
a postcard, buy a stamp.
It's a retiree in Moab.
Anyone can send an angry email. That takes no effort at all.
An angry postcard.
This took.
It's by someone who doesn't know what email is. They're so old they don't know what email is.
I appreciate it.
I think you should. It's your old fan in Moab.
In Moab. I'll take it.
Signed old timer in Moab. Well, you should take it. It's great.
Can I keep that? I want to keep that.
Yeah. It's Gina's fan mail.
Okay.
What?
She gets it from prison and
prison
I'll
mail.
take the fans I can get.
And
you go to a show with the fans that you have,
Ben
not
Marsh,
the fans that you want.
Ben Marsh and the old timer in Moab. I got me a free postcard out of the Poison Spider bicycle shop, and I'm sending this to those misogynists.
Another thing, I am very happy with this.
You should be.
I will tweet out a picture of my fan.
Said, oh, Gina had a couple of glasses of wine and fired off some postcards, huh?
Right.
Yeah, how do we know that didn't come from Moab?
This isn't from Moab.
It's a postcard that you got when you were bicycling before you married your husband in Moab. When you came back with chafing.
That was just after I got married.
Remember,
I was pregnant and I didn't know.
Were.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. You were trying to impress your husband.
Yes.
The one and only time you went biking with your husband.
That was it.
Do I recall? You got a new bike. You bought a bike.
Yep.
And that was the only time you rode that bike.
Yeah. It doesn't. It's too big for me.
Is it still?
It's too big. I can't sit on it. My feet don't touch the ground when I sit on it.
Then why did you buy a bike that was too big?
I didn't. He bought it for me without me,
yeah.
thinking I was a statuesque woman.
So is it still hanging in the garage?
Yes.
Just waiting for his second wife?
Yes.
Just one more bit of evidence that he has no idea who you are.
Excuse me. Still waiting.
Yeah.
It's hanging there waiting for his third wife. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. His third wife.
Okay.
Have an update.
Yes.
On the event that we had many, many years ago at Chuckarama. This is, I guess, this would have been KJQ days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and our listeners have better memories than we do.
Texter, the event at Chuckarama was Loser Lotto. They gave away Bessie, the little Capri car, and I won a bike. Everyone got a T-shirt that said "I'm a loser" on it. That's when the song by Beck was first out and popular on the radio.
We took everybody to Chuckarama as kind of a consolation, and gave away little Bessie and a bike.
Yep. Okay. All right. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 4 or 5 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by.
It's Wing Wednesday at Diversion Eatery. Get 5 wings for $3.75 with your choice of buffalo, barbecue, garlic jalapeno, or chili sriracha. Located at 535 North 3rd West. See menu at diversioneatery.com.
Tragedy. He was one of a kind. He was one of our own. Radio legend, DJ and songwriter Bill Mack, the Midnight Cowboy, has passed. Yes, Bill Mack, who found his niche as a disc jockey working the overnight shift on country radio, speaking to long-haul truckers as they clocked mile after mile on the lonesome road. They anointed him the Midnight Cowboy, coming through on a signal out of Fort Worth that nearly reached Canada. Often the wives of truckers phoned to say that they loved and missed their husbands, and an old Midnight Cowboy, Bill Mack, had put them on the air.
So
he called
them
family.
Which Midnight Cowboy is this? Because there are about 80.
This is Bill Mack.
Across the nation that used to work overnight, midnight to 6.
Bill Mack, who knew Elvis, Carey,
who
knew Waylon and Willie.
Original one.
Okay.
He wrote Blue, the song that launched Leanne Rimes' career, and won him and her a Grammy Award. He reinvented himself on satellite radio in the early 2000s. At the dawn of the medium, and he earned a spot in the Texas Country Music Hall of Fame in the disc jockey category. He was truly a national radio personality, said Lon Helton, publisher of Country Aircheck, which, as you know, Carrie, is the radio trade magazine. You could drive across state after state after state without changing the station, and he'd talk to you for 6 hours every night. Bill Mack, a friend of the truckers. He died of coronavirus.
Oh, really?
On July 31st in Baylor Scott and White Medical Center in Irving, Texas, said his son Billy. He was 91 years old. Bill Mack.
Now, can I, before you go on, Bill, so just to go back to the Chuckarama Loser Lotto thing.
Yeah.
As you were reading that, I went, no. We never played Beck on KJQ. Loser came out in 94. It was not, that whole event may have happened, but it didn't have anything to do with Beck.
But we didn't have little Bessie in the X96 days, did we?
No. So it didn't have anything to do with. Did we have Bessie?
There was little Bessie, because I remember the X on the side of it.
Oh, you're right.
The big blue X on the side of it. So
our memories are not great. But
so that would have been in the 90s. So it wasn't KJQ, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah. We never played Beck on KJQ. Just to be
Bill
specific.
Mack. Bill Mack, 91 years old, Gina. That's what's important here.
He remembers when KJQ was on and when X96 was
Bill
on.
Mack, Gina, never heard KJQ.
Okay.
Never.
He may have. You don't know. He could have been driving
Never
through
heard
town.
of Beck. Didn't give a rat's ass for alternative music.
Nope.
Halle Berry has filed a request to act as her own lawyer. Halle Berry, known in some circles as the Midnight Cowboy. Her former attorney, Shelley Duvall, accepted. What?
What are we doing here?
I missed that. I misread that. Her former attorney is back.
What?
Halle Berry's former attorney is back. Marina Zakayan Beck.
Oh, okay.
And she accepted She said, okay, if Halle Berry wants to be her own attorney, okay. She's the Midnight Cowboy after all. She can do it. She's gonna be her own attorney in her divorce proceeding against.
Well, she's been through it a couple times, so
she's an old pro, huh?
Oliver Martinez is her ex.
Olivier.
Oh, I think it is.
He's
Olivier,
French.
isn't it? Mm-hmm.
He's French.
So in other words, it's Oliver.
Yeah.
It's Oliver. I mean, you could say Olivier if you like, but his name is Oliver.
Yeah.
It's Boner Fight with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay. The winner from round 1, back in the 7 o'clock hour, as I recall. Am I remembering that correctly?
I don't know. Ask Shelley Duvall.
Shelley?
She's there, isn't she?
Yep, she said yeah.
Okay.
She said yes. That was my Shelley Duvall impression.
That was? Wow.
Mine's different. That's mine. That's my Shelley Duvall.
All right, if I better do mine
Gary?
then.
Stay away! Stay away from me! Stay back! Stay back!
All right. Go ahead.
Oh, Popeye!
Okay.
It's close.
So,
X96.com/live for the Shelley Duvall
the
impression.
dueling Shelley Duvall impressions. Okay. Is she alive?
Yes.
Yeah, she's still with us.
What's she
Dad's
doing?
still alive too.
She's not acting.
I'll bet she's married to Uma Thurman and they're living in Montana.
What?
I think she's probably married to Uma Thurman and they're living in Montana.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. They're
So,
ranching together?
See if I'm right. It's just a guess. I know it's a wild guess, but anyway, the winner from round 1, this woman speaking at the Republican National Convention, who closed her speech after just spewing all this anti-abortion stuff, then said, and I have a biracial son. I have a brown son. And, he's more likely, I think the cops had right to profile him because he is more likely to commit a violent offense than white kids. Going up against number 2, which is, I don't have to have a reason. That's the mayor of Provo, Michelle Kafusi, saying she's going to veto a mask ordinance passed unanimously by the city council, but she's going to veto that. So that's number 2.
There you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit, that number, in the message of a text. That's all we need. And then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight August 26, 2020. If you don't see that box, refresh. It should appear. You'll be able to vote right there online. You have until the end of these messages to do so. This is Boner of the Day.
You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list? I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous, try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2 health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amounts to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
No, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It has everything you want.
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
oh man.
If you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, let's award Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by delicious, whatchamacallits, Langostino rolls and corn and tomato salad.
And Fink and McGregor Mortgages Made Simple. Call Fink and McGregor today for your free mortgage analysis, 801-264-9494.
Boner candidate number one was, I have a brown son, and he is more likely to commit a violent offense. That's what a speaker at the Republican National Convention said. She has a biracial son, and she said, and the police should target my brown son because he is more likely to commit violent offenses. That's going up against number two, the mayor of Provo, Michelle Kaufusi, who said despite the city council unanimously voting to pass a mask mandate, Mayor Kaufusi says, well, I'm going to veto it. So there. And the winner. Pretty easily, double the votes.
Really?
Mayor Kaufusi. Provo Mayor Kaufusi.
I wonder, Katie, if we could try. I'm serious. I mean, we have Mayor Mendenhall on all the time, but we don't just broadcast in Salt Lake. We have listeners in Provo.
We do.
Katie, I think we should try to get Mayor Kaufusi on and talk to her about this. I'm very curious about that.
Well, there it is, your Boner of the Day for the 26th of August. Goes up against all the rest of our winners on Friday for Boner of the Week. Let's go to the phone. This is Shalisa Hughes.
Hello, Shalisa. How are you this morning?
Good morning. How are you?
We're well. Shalisa, what do we? You are with the Green River Medical Center. You're the operations director, and we want to talk about immunizations for your kids. Is there a problem now? Are people hesitant to get immunizations more so than normal?
Oh, yes. So Utah in 2019 was the lowest, one of the lowest in the United States. We ranked 49th among immunization rates. And now due to COVID, we are even dropping even further. And this,
shameful.
as we head back to school, is scary.
What can we do other than just beat the drum and beat the drum and beat the drum and say that vaccinations are so important?
Well, as we head back to school, keeping our families safe and healthy in this time, this day and age, is probably one of our number one priorities. Although the classrooms are going to look totally different with the social distancing and the masking, one of the biggest and most important things that we need to not forget is immunizing our children, keep those those childhood diseases down. That's what they're for, is to prevent those childhood diseases.
I think there was some hesitancy at the beginning of the pandemic. But people didn't want to go to doctors' offices. They wanted to stay out of places where they thought that COVID might be prevalent. It's pretty safe, really, though, to go get your kids immunized, isn't it?
Yes. In Utah, we've definitely seen a decrease in immunization rates due to the COVID pandemic. But we really want to ensure people please not to delay immunizations due to it. Community health centers provide a safe, affordable, reliable immunization service. Utah Community Health Centers are providing safe, quality care so that you don't have to put your child's health on hold. Health centers take precautions every single day to protect their patients safe and healthy.
What about cost?
That is a really good thing to bring up. So in a community health center, we provide quality health care for all Utahns, regardless whether their insurance status or their ability to pay.
So you can
find immunizations
you can find immunizations for your kids even if you're on just a very strict limited budget.
Yes.
So how do you find that?
So one of the best ways to find a community health center near you is to go to www.ouch.org. Find a health center.
Ouch.
Now spell that.
Ouch. Yeah. www.a as an associate, U, Utah, C as in community, and H as in health. .org.
Okay. So
it's AUCH.org.
And you'll find a community health center near you which will provide immunizations and tell you maybe what is appropriate for a child at what age, right?
Absolutely. So the community health centers work with the Utah Health Department, and we track what immunizations that the child has and make sure that they get the appropriate shots at the appropriate times.
What do schools do? What do schools do to help with this?
You know what? Schools actually have access to the USIS program as well. And so when a child goes into kindergarten or they hit the age 11, 12 years old where they're required immunizations, the school secretaries and nurses can look up those and send those children out to have their immunizations completed.
You can't make them do it, right?
No, you cannot. Now that being said, it is mandated in the state of Utah, well, in the United States, that children are immunized by the age of 2 to be able to get into school with certain immunizations. That being said, yes, all parents have that option to waiver those immunizations.
But don't do it.
As we waiver them, you actually increase the likelihood of measles or mumps, pertussis coming back, which is a whooping cough. We've actually seen an increase in southeastern Utah, with the pertussis, and that's a lack of immunizations.
And that's a dangerous thing to get.
It is very dangerous. It's scary for a 2-year-old to have a whooping cough.
All right, so immunizations, they're more important than ever during the pandemic. Go to auch.org for a community health center near you, or go to if you've been going to your private practice provider, your health provider in the past, continue to do so. Shalise, thanks for talking with us.
Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Bye.
All right, thank you, Shalise. Okay, we'll take a break and we'll be right back. X96.
Rael Salt Lake is back, and X96.
From celebrities to moms right here in Utah, more and more women are consuming their placentas in pill form.
Don't do that.
Listen, I want you to hear these.
Wait, don't go on. Even if there's something about eating your placenta, you would have to do it the way your dog does it when she has puppies.
Yep.
If there's anything to it, drying it out and putting it in a pill kills whatever good thing you think it does.
Medical expert Gina Barberi, listen to the testimonies of these women,
All
Gina.
right.
The placenta, for those of you who don't know, is an organ that grows inside the uterus while a baby is developing. The placenta gives nutrients to the baby, and some believe...
People are saying, and I'm hearing.
Ms. Barberi, not among them.
No.
But some people are saying, and I'm hearing, and I have the tendency to believe when some people say and I hear, and then I believe, that it is also capable of giving mom key nutrients even after it, that is the placenta, and the baby are delivered. Quote, so what happens is, studies show that about 72 hours after delivery, once the placenta is delivered, hormone levels drop, said Rachel Talley, a midwife, Gina, and herbalist. Are you either of those two things?
Wow, a midwife and an herbalist.
Are you?
I am neither of those.
All right then.
Are there any,
I let you take out your credentials and show me.
Are there any doctors or scientists around?
Carrie?
Studies
Studies say,
herbalist.
according to this midwife
and herbalist. A study could be, I've studied things, and that's
it takes 4 to 12 weeks statistically, said an herbalist and midwife, for the body to and the endocrine system to start producing these hormones again. So what we're really doing is natural hormone therapy. After Miranda Hansen delivered her second child, she said she felt the despair of postpartum creeping back in. The first 5 days was like a flashback, she said. But after taking her first placenta pill, she says, so here's evidence right here, the symptoms softened in just 20 minutes. It was like this fog that was lifted, she said. It was like a breath. Like it was totally I could just feel like it was clear. It was
couldn't possibly
amazing.
be that you were thinking that would happen, so it happened.
Oh my God, you are so negative. Miranda says she bonded with her baby, got back on her feet quicker, and dropped her baby weight faster after taking the pills. Other moms, like Melinda Dratchell, also weighed in. I'm a big fan of Western, like modern medicine, she said. I'm all about the epidural, which I know you are, Gina.
Big fan of the epidural.
But she said the placenta pills worked for her. It was a little strange at first when I started
and
talking.
And they kept the
taking
cougars away, and they kept
Rachel Talley charges, midwife and herbalist, charges. What are you charging for this advice, Gina? Huh?
It's free.
She charges $250. Okay.
How much does she charge?
What it's worth. And that's what it's worth.
How much does she charge?
That's what your advice is worth. Because her advice, midwife and herbalist, $250 for her services. She said a placenta typically yields about 200 to 300 pills. Some hospitals won't release the placenta, but if they do, and if it's handled correctly, the health department said they don't see a risk in consuming your own placenta, but they do caution folks not to share their placenta with somebody else.
Please let me have some of your placenta.
No.
Come on.
No, don't share. No placenta sharing out there, okay? Rachel Talley, midwife, herbalist, and placenta encapsulator.
And making money off of it.
She is.
Wait, that couldn't possibly have anything to do.
She is a placenta encapsulator as well.
Okay. A placebo encapsulator.
Yeah.
Okay, 9:52.
Well, we were talking about Shelley Duvall earlier. It's so sad. What has happened to Shelley Duvall?
You're going to wish you never brought her up today, aren't you?
Shelley Duvall, who was in The Shining and Popeye, and if you look up her IMDb, she was just in dozens and dozens and dozens of things, and she's gone off the deep end. She was on Dr. Phil. How long ago was that, Gina?
2016. It was a while ago.
You would not know it's Shelley Duvall to see her. Now, Shelley Duvall was just rail thin, remember, and had huge eyes, and she's just a lump of a person now, and she's gone off the deep end. She says she's a shapeshifter. She's just loony, and it's just sad to see her and read about her. I wish she was married to Uma Thurman.
Yeah, you were
joking. And ranching in Montana. But no. That's really too bad. She's 71, I believe. So
her family was trying to get her help.
Yeah, that's just too bad. And there's some speculation that Stanley Kubrick drove her over the edge. Working on The Shining.
He was apparently awful to her.
Oh, anyway, that's sad.
Yesterday,
yes,
I told the story about how Festus, my son Festus, who's in the Navy, has to do a second quarantine because his roommate tested positive for COVID.
Is that a rank? Oh, yes, I'm second quarantine in the Navy.
It will be now. And he can't do anything. Can't watch TV, can't play video games, doesn't have a phone, has no idea what's going on the outside world. And so his wife said, we can send him letters. So I thought, I would throw it out to friends of the program. If you want to write Festus a letter and email it to me, I will print it out and mail it to him. And I got one letter yesterday from our old friend, that good-looking Rhett Thomas.
Is he an old Navy man himself, by any chance?
He says, "Hey, Festus, I used to work with your mom. She's somewhat cool. Not a rock star like you, but she's okay. Thank you for serving our country. I'm sorry you had to endure a month of solitude. Keep your chin up, and we'll all get through this together. Rhett Thomas." Thank you, Rhett. I'm gonna print that out and send it to him, but I'll just throw it out to friends of the program again. I'm serious. I'll mail him your letter.
Rhett Thomas, as nice as he is handsome.
It's true. So just email me, Gina@x96.com. Just a little message.
Spell it.
Gina@x96.com. And what he's looking for news.
Okay.
Because he doesn't know what's going on.
I'm going to send him this stuff about Shelley Duvall.
Oh. You think you've got it bad.
You could be Shelley Duvall.
Listen to this about Shelley Duvall. People are not quite sure where she is or if she is still in the United States. She hasn't acted in a film, although her net worth, according to Celebrity Net Worth, is still widely reported as being around $2 million. But nobody knows where she is at this point.
Well, I'm going to send him this news about how Lucky Charms marshmallows are going to be sold in pouches. You can just buy the marshmallows. And
that is the perfect, stuff like that.
Didn't they already do that at some point?
I guess they're doing it again. They're going to be labeled Just Magical Marshmallows, sold in 6-ounce packages for $3.99.
Are they hallucinogenic?
I would. That'll cost you extra.
They can be.
I would hope so.
For a limited time. So, although isn't that something that it would make him sad because he's like, I can't have any of that? Well,
no, because I wrote him a letter yesterday and told him about KFC's finger licking good chicken. I put that in there.
Okay.
Well, he can't have that either, right?
No, but it was a news story.
I see. So you're keeping him up to date on the important stuff.
Food news, yes.
Yeah. All right. Well, Shelley Duvall I'll do that.
All right. Do you have the promo?
Yes.
Well, let's do that. Ready? We are getting close to the end of the week, but make sure you're starting your mornings with Radio from Hell.
Now, it's Thursday, which means we kick things off with Geek News at 6:45, and then at 7 we get to play Beat Gina, and we might have a special prize for who's ever brave enough to battle Gina.
But even if you get a special prize, I still want you to go support some local restaurants and stores as a prize to offer me, so just tell us where you plan to go.
And, of course, Salt Lake City Mayor Aaron Mendenhall will be back with us at 7:45 and update us about what's going on in the city.
So make sure you join us for Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. That good? All right. All business? We got all business? Oh, real quick before we leave. Again, in my series of a new poster or art behind me at all times, this is a mock-up of the Matterhorn bobsled poster that you see at Disneyland when you walk under the arch.
Cool.
Oh, and I changed all my comic books, by the way. These are
all of them.
All different. I did that yesterday too.
Wow.
All right, you can watch us.
You were busy.
Yeah. X96.com/live. You can see all that. Join us tomorrow. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Fish don't have butt cheeks.
Fine job, Katie. Corey is next.